Okay, welcome everyone. We're going to begin our meeting this evening with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
Okay, and we are going to then move on to our Pledge of Allegiance led by Deputy Mayor Karina Contreras. If you would rise and...
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And now we're honored to have with us this evening Pastor Robert Hatch from Stonebrook Church, who's going to give us an invocation tonight. Pastor, thank you very much. If you would... Oh, do we need to report out a closed session before we can do that after the invocation?
Yeah, the city council took no reportable action in closed session tonight.
Thank you very much. Pastor, if you would, thank you. We appreciate you being with us this evening.
I want to thank the mayor for inviting me to come and pray tonight. If you would bow with me. Our Father in heaven, we are grateful, first of all, for the rain that you have provided. Many of us have been praying for rain for our city, for our county, and we are just so grateful that you have provided this rain. I pray tonight for the city of Vista, as we begin this year, that you would protect this city from natural disasters, from earthquakes, fires, all the things around us that could cause us harm. Bless our city this year. I pray also for the health and the protection of the city council as they lead our city forward. I ask that you give them wisdom from heaven as they make difficult and tough decisions many times. I pray that you would help them make decisions to honor you. And I thank you for, last of all, the blessings that you've given us over the years. And I thank you for hearing our prayers tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor. We appreciate it. Okay, next we have some announcements from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and to facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for the items listed under the presentation portion of the agenda only. Students wishing to receive credit for attending this evening's meeting must stay for a minimum of 1 hour. However, we ask that you stay for the completion of an item rather than leaving in the middle of a discussion. When you're ready to leave, you may ask one of the staff members in the back of the room to sign your paper. Thank you.
And we do still have seats in the front of the room, and if there are those that need a seat, please don't be bashful about coming to find one in the front of the room. There's a whole empty row. To address the City Council this evening, to speak on an item on the agenda, please fill out a speaker slip with the item number on the agenda that you'd like to speak on and give it to our clerk and secretary staff. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside of the front door to the chambers. And because of the large number of speakers that we have with us this evening, speakers will have 2 minutes to address the council. And with that, we've brought ourselves out of closed session. Our acting city manager, Amanda Lee, do we have any changes to the agenda this evening?
No, there are no changes to the agenda.
Okay. And then we will begin our presentation on the Vista Conservancy, but before we do have a speaker on item P1, and that is Leslie, is it Juven Acker? Am I saying that correctly? Do you want to come forward and address the council for 2 minutes? Yes, please.
Alrighty, hopefully I got my time. I want to say thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. And I was just so excited when Mike told me about the potential dog park. I live and own on 922 Capri, so we're right on the Vista Conservancy Trail. And I've lived there for almost 7 years now. And there was a time when it was overgrown and there were people committing suicide. And my husband and I had to talk to the families of those people who went and took their lives there. And my husband and I saved a man who was overdosing on drugs there because it was overgrown and it's hidden. And, you know, sometimes in homeless issues, they go places to hide. And thanks to Mike, the Vista Conservancy, the partnership of Vista, churches, us, our neighbors, it's gotten better and better and better. And a dog park is a big issue there because there's a lot of dog owners, and the ability to have a dog park obviously is a positive economic externality, but it's also just generally great for the vibe in Vista. My husband and I take our 2 dogs, one of whom is present this evening, Professor Goldie Wigglebottom, and PhD, by the way. And, you know, we take them all the way to Solana Beach to the dog park. But if we had one here, we could literally walk across the street and the river trail, and we could do that. And it's been great overall. The trail's been great for exercise. People are getting out more. They're able to walk their dogs. We've been communing with other people. So the ability to have that dog park will increase economic benefits, the values of the homes. It'll increase visibility of the homeless people, and we can, you know, treat them like human beings rather than people hiding in a forest doing drugs. And also we can make more friends. So I'm for it, and I'm very grateful for it. And thank you for all of you and everyone at Vista who's been making the trail a better place for everyone, including me. And that's it.
Thank you very much. And now we will have a presentation by Jessalyn Gula on the Vista Conservancy Walking Trail. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name's Jessalyn. I am the secretary of the Vista Conservancy Trail, and the other board members are here with us. We've been around over 20 years. If you go to the next slide. So what are we? If you haven't heard of us or been there, we are a nonprofit organization interested in protecting open space and the preservation of sensitive ecological areas in the city of Vista. Next slide. So here's a map of our trail. We kind of extend from Brengle Terrace Park across the street all the way to the Vista Adobe Home and the Wildwood Park area. So we actually go through some neighborhoods like the previous speaker's neighborhood, and also the new apartment complexes over at Monarch. I think they've changed their name. Okay, next. Okay, so there's a couple of threats to our trail. One of them is homelessness, and the other is construction. So next slide. So here's some pictures as we go through of some encampments. So we're a nature trail, so there's a lot of trees, there's water, there's a lot of privacy. And actually, as part of like our initiative is we try to clean up the trail so there's less, not so much hidden, like fallen branches that would actually make a good shelter. We were trying to encourage more of a walking trail that has trees and shade and natural habitat of the environment. And people have started to camp there over the years. So you can go through the next couple of slides pretty quickly. They're just pictures of some setups, mattresses. So, you know, the repercussions of the homelessness on our trail have resulted in, we're private, a nonprofit, so we do inquire some fines from the city of Vista. Usually it's just awareness that, hey, look, there's some encampments. And then we have to clean it up. So that's a lot of labor and financial costs as well. And then because there's like mattresses and homeless people hanging around in different parts of the trail, it kind of makes the community feel unsafe. At least it makes me feel unsafe sometimes, especially towards dusk, which is the time I get to use the trail. So next. So it affects us mostly financially. So I just kind of went back 3 years in our reports from our treasurer, and in 2020 we had 8 encampments that we had to clean up. It was about $3,500 plus other cleanup costs like labor from members, and we also have a lot of help from the community with like volunteer work days. In 2021 we had 5. It was about $2,400. And then last year in 2022, there were 6. It was about $2,750. And then yesterday evening, there's awareness of a new encampment, so for 2023. So what do those numbers mean? Well, we're a nonprofit, and we operate on about $3,000 a year, plus some in-kind donations from community churches and other groups. But a lot of our operating fees go towards cleaning up our trail from homelessness. So next. So, and then the second factor is construction. So, which I think is great. Vista has totally been developing. As a result of that, there's an increased need for open space because there's more people. We need more places to go outside. And exercise and walk, and especially for people who have dogs, they use the trail. And then the other section of the construction issue is that there is, because previous places where maybe they were living, they're being displaced. So they're trying to find a more hidden location that's not going to be developed, and they find our trail. And so over the last couple of years, we've noticed an increase in that homelessness issue as a result of the construction going on. Next slide. So our experience with homelessness is that when there are more people utilizing our trail, there's less encampments. So when we have like group cleanups, all the homeless people leave. We don't even have to ask them. So the more people we can get to use our trail, I feel like would actually solve the homeless problem. Next slide. So, next slide, please. Thanks. So there is a piece of property or 2 pieces of property alongside our trail that are highlighted on the parcel map in the picture. And I think the city owns them. And so our suggestion on the next slide is that whatever you guys decide to do with this piece of land, I think if it had an outdoor activity that's compatible with our trail, it would increase the foot traffic of people using it, and therefore probably decrease the homelessness encampments and solve everybody's problem. Next slide. So if you are a member of the Vista community and you haven't been on our trail, feel free to go and use it. There's 2 entrances, one on town site and the other through, I think, Ponderosa at the Vale Terrace Circle. You can visit us online at thevistaconservancy.org. We have usually an Earth Day work volunteer event that you could attend, or if you have a church group that would like to do that, or another type of group, that would be great. And our email is thevistaconservancytrail@gmail.com. So thank you so much for letting me present and kind of give you a rundown of our trail and some of the issues that we encounter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councilwoman Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I just really want to thank you for the presentation and the Conservancy group for all the dedication. Seeing that you all operate on a $3,000 budget, we have to talk about budgets all the time, right? And that's talk about shoestring budget. So I just want to let you know that we really do appreciate it. I use the trail. My family uses the trail. It's a great place to walk your dog. It would be great if there's more opportunity to expand the trail. And I do want to just say for the record, when this did come for a vote on the additional parcel that the city owns right next to the Conservancy Trail, I was the one vote that didn't want to sell it. So It's not a done deal, and I think it's really important for our residents to be involved in decision-making processes here at the city. So I really do appreciate the conversation and the presentation, and I feel like I know a lot more about your organization than I did before. I know Councilmember Green brought forward some information in the past, and I think that there's a great opportunity to partner and have a stronger partnership, and perhaps in the future we can revisit what that partnership looks like. So just thank you. I wanted to provide those comments.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Melendez.
Thank you, Jesslyn, and all the board members from the Conservancy Trail for being here, for sharing a little bit about what you do and some of the trials and tribulations that you go through, but also for celebrating the trail, because it really is important for us to have more green spaces, especially as our community grows. And I know that at least from my perspective, and I know our city staff here at the city, we want to make sure that we can build coalitions and partnerships, right, for nonprofit or private entities are doing really good work. We want to be able to support you in different ways that we can. So in the back, in the alcove seating back there is where some of our city staff are seated. And Kuna with Public Works will be able to connect with your group after this presentation. So if you want to connect with him and maybe get some support on certain approaches to use for the cleanups that have been effective that our Public Works Department has used, then perhaps that can help your group in future encampment cleanups, because I'm sure the work isn't done, right? It's an ongoing effort, and I applaud you for doing that work. So we got a really great crowd here tonight, so it's going to be an awesome meeting, and thanks for coming out. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, Jesselyn, for speaking. And I want to shout out Stephanie Kavanaugh, Brooks Kavanaugh, and Big Mike back there. They've all been working with you, I know, on the trail for years. I also have 4 wiggle butts at home, and we use that trail regularly as well. French bulldogs, not your regular bulldogs there. But we've been speaking at the council about acquiring more land, putting more parks, and a dog park is at the top of our list for the north side of Vista. But also, I mean, hey, we need more parks. Parks is a big thing for us. So I'm excited. The council that we have is going to work very well together to bring more amenities to the city. And also, it's great to hear people say, hey, let's learn more about your organization, because $3,000 a year is a very small budget. And I'm sure that, possibly if you come to our budget meetings, we'll be having a budget workshop in March. We'd love to have more suggestions on ways we as a council could help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, and we're going to take a very brief recess. We've actually exceeded the capacity that our chamber is rated for. Our deputy fire chief has asked us to just take a moment to ensure the public safety. If you can come forward and fill these seats in the front of the room, we're also going to bring some chairs in. We just have an issue with ingress and egress in the event of an emergency. So give us just a moment. We want to make sure everybody's able to participate, but we want to make sure that we're safe here in the chambers. So give us just a moment to bring some chairs in. We'll also be setting up some chairs in the lobby, so those that would like to have a seat in the lobby can also listen and watch from the lobby as well. So to help us get moving along, if you will, go ahead and move to the center of your aisle. If you're seated, leave those aisle seats open and make space. We need everyone to have a seat as much as possible. The significant public safety issue is the ability to enter and exit the chambers. And that's what our deputy fire chief has asked us to make sure that we have adequate ingress and egress. So the more that take a seat, the faster we'll be able to get back to our business to this evening.
Nomás quiero decir en español aquí, muchas gracias, todos bienvenidos aquí al City Hall. Si hay un asiento, por favor, si los pueden tomar los asientos. Veo dos aquí, no sé si ya se fueron. Veo uno, ok, uno. Si puedes levantar la mano si tienes un asiento libre, porque aquí no, pues hay códigos y tenemos que tener la habilidad si hay una emergencia para salir. Ok, so van a traer más sillas, va a estar aquí en the lobby, acá atrás. Pero si hay un asiento cerca de usted, por favor, si lo puedes tomar. Muchas gracias por venir. Yo creo en todos los años que tengo aquí, como miembro del concejal, este es el grupo más grande y queremos acomodar a todos. Muchas gracias. Y nomás para todos los que están parados aquí para la pared, tenemos que tener esto libre en caso que algo sucede y nos tenemos que ir, tenemos que poder salir por allí. So, por favor, toman, aquí están los asientos. Muchas gracias. Eso es lo más importante, que la gente no se pueden estar parados o sentados aquí, donde nos tenemos que salir. Muchas gracias a todos. Y que esto, si es la primera vez que vienen aquí, que no sea el último, ¿ok? Porque tenemos cada segundo y cuarto Tuesday, miércoles, no, lunes, martes, tenemos aquí una reunión y siempre estamos hablando de cosas de la ciudad. So, por favor, si esa es la primera vez, que vengan otra vez, ¿ok? Así queremos ver aquí cada vez que tenemos una reunión. Gracias.
Okay, I think we just got the high sign from Deputy Chief Usher and his assistants to resume, so that'll bring us to our consent calendar this evening. The recommendations on the consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk secretary. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 5 consent items this evening, and I see Councilmember Melendez.
Make a motion that we accept the consent calendar.
And Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I second that. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no discussion, please cast your votes. And the consent calendar is approved unanimously, which will bring us to our first public hearing this evening. Item PH1 is our first public hearing regarding inclusionary housing. The public hearing is now open. Community Development Director John Connolly will introduce the item. And we've also brought our translator into the room who's going to offer live translation because we've run out of enough earpieces.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. John Conley, Community Development Director.
Muchas gracias, Mayor y el Consejo.
If you want to hit the button right in front of you on your mic, yep, there you go.
Sí.
So we're going to be discussing inclusionary housing this evening. Inclusionary housing for the public purpose is a program that's established by the local jurisdiction to reserve a certain percentage of residential units within a new development for affordable housing.
Entonces, esta noche vamos a estar hablando de hogares inclusorios. Y entonces lo que esto tiene que ver es con el mantener separadas cierto número de unidades para lo que tiene que ver con aquellos que son de bajos recursos y se les proporcionan tarifas especiales.
So the city had an inclusionary housing program in place from the mid-'80s until 2015 when it was eliminated. The City Council provided direction in April and again in October of last year to develop a new program.
Sí, y este programa de lo que tiene que ver con viviendas inclusorias ya ha estado en marcha desde 1985 y ahora recientemente se ha vuelto a hacer una petición en cuanto a este programa.
So implementation of the inclusionary housing program requires amendments to two chapters of our development code, chapters 1834 and 1835, as well as the downtown specific plan and adoption of a new city council policy.
Entonces este programa requiere que se hagan modificaciones a 2 artículos en 1800. Could you repeat the codes again, please? 18. Oh, okay. Sí, el 18,34 y el 18,35. Se tiene que hacer modificaciones a este plan en cuanto a lo que tiene que ver con la política del Consejo Cónsul de la ciudad.
So the council direction provided in October was to develop a program that provides 9% of inclusionary units within any new multifamily development of 20 units or more.
Y lo que la dirección de este programa del consulado proporciona el 90% de estas viviendas inclusionarias dentro del nuevo desarrollo de hogares para familias de 20 unidades o más.
The 9% inclusionary units would be split between the low income category, which is 50 to 80% of annual median income, and moderate income, which is 80 to 120% of annual median income. Staff's recommendation is 5% low income and 4% moderate income as the 9%.
Y el 9% de estas unidades inclusionarias entonces se dividen en los hogares de bajos ingresos, que estos oscilan entre el 50 y el 80%, y lo que se considera ingresos moderados, que oscilan entre el 80 y el 120%. Y el equipo está haciendo la recomendación de un 5% en cuanto a los ingresos. Este porcentaje es 4% para los que son hogares de ingresos moderados y es el 3% para los hogares de bajos ingresos.
So in this program that we're recommending, inclusionary units could be provided on-site within the project or handled through an in-lieu fee payment.
Y estas unidades se pueden entonces proporcionar en un proyecto de un solo pago o también pueden ser, esto se puede manejar dentro de las propiedades.
So the Development Code amendments, as I mentioned, include 2 chapters. The first is Chapter 1834, the multi-residential zone, which would be amended to add a section, 1834-130, addressing inclusionary housing.
Acá el capítulo entonces 18,34 de que tiene que ver con residencias múltiples, el R,M, la zona, entonces se tendría que modificar para agregar la sección 18,34,130, lo que entonces trata el asunto de hogares inclusionarios. Y esto requiere, estamos hablando de un proyecto para hogares de familias de 20 unidades o más.
As I mentioned, any multifamily project of 20 units or more would reserve 9% of the units as affordable, with 5% low income and 4% moderate income. They would have the option of an in-lieu fee and a requirement for a regulatory agreement if the units are provided on site.
Entonces, como ya he mencionado en cuanto a estas 20 unidades o más reservadas para el 20% de las unidades que serían asequibles, el 5% para hogares de bajos ingresos y el 4% asignado para hogares de ingresos moderados, con la opción de que esta tarifa sea un requerimiento como el arreglo reglamentario de estas unidades que se proporcionan.
The other amendments include amending Chapter 1835, which is the mixed-use zone, and the downtown specific plan, which would simply reference back to the changes in the RM zone.
El capítulo 18,35 entonces se une con el uso del M-1 de la zona y se modificaría para agregar la sección 18,35,110, que entonces esto trata el asunto de viviendas inclusionarias y esto hace referencia a la zona R,M, que lo que tiene que ver con los requerimientos para estas viviendas inclusionarias.
There would also be a new City Council Policy 315, which would establish procedures for implementation of the program.
Ahora aquí lo que tenemos la ciudad de Vista, lo que es el cónsul, la política o póliza 300-15. Establece procedimientos para la implementación del programa de viviendas inclusionarias.
The policy would allow for the split of low and moderate income units on site and provide an option for an in-lieu fee for off-site affordable housing. The City Council would have to establish the in-lieu fee by resolution.
Y esto específicamente entonces divide lo que tiene que ver con los hogares de bajos ingresos a los hogares de ingresos moderados y estas unidades presentes y proporcionar la opción para lo que tiene que ver con la tarifa suministrada para viviendas asequibles. el cónsul de la ciudad debe establecer esta tarifa por medio de resolución.
The in lieu fee was determined through a study prepared by the city's financial consultant, Kaiser Marston Associates.
Y en vez lo que tiene que ver con la tarifa se determinó mediante un estudio que se llevó a cabo y se preparó por el consultante económico de la ciudad, KMA.
The KMA study evaluated a funding gap for the in lieu fee using two methodologies: on-site production of the affordable units and off-site production of the affordable units.
Y la KMA hizo este estudio y esta evaluación para lo que tiene que ver con los fondos que tienen que usarse, en lo que tiene que ver con las metodologías y la producción de lo que van a ser este arreglo de propiedades.
The funding gap was determined by establishing the cost of a 100% market rate development and subtracting the cost of a comparable development that includes 9% affordable units.
Y esto, lo que es esta brecha de lo que tiene que ver con proporcionar los fondos, se determinó estableciendo el costo del 100% del valor real del mercado y el desarrollo, y restándole el costo comparable del desarrollo con un 9% de unidades asequibles.
On-site production or the construction of affordable units within the project would equate to an average funding gap of $23,500 per market rate unit, or approximately $28 per square foot of market rate residential living area.
Lo que tiene que ver con la producción de estas viviendas y de la construcción de viviendas asequibles dentro de los parámetros de este proyecto equivalen a lo que tiene que ver con fondos, y para sellar esta brecha estamos hablando de $23.500 al valor real del mercado por unidad, lo que tiene que ver con lo que equivale a $28 por pies cuadrado, relacionado con el valor real del mercado en la zona residencial de vivienda.
The off-site production would equate to an average funding gap of $12,310 per market rate unit, or $15 per square foot of market rate residential living area.
Y lo que tiene que ver con la producción equivaldría a un promedio para sellar esta brecha de lo que tiene que ver con los fondos, de $12.303, basándonos en el mercado real por unidad, y $15 por pies cuadrados, evaluando lo que es el mercado, el precio valor del mercado real en el área de vivienda residencial.
Staff recommends the off-site production methodology with an in lieu fee of $12,310 per market rate unit.
Y el equipo ha recomendado la producción basándolos en la metodología, que equivaldría a un costo de $12.310, basándonos en el precio del mercado real por unidad.
The City Council may adjust the inclusionary requirements or the proposed in lieu fee as part of any motion to approve this evening's action.
Y el cónsul de la ciudad puede que ajuste lo que tiene que ver con los requerimientos inclusionarios de la propuesta, lo que tiene que ver con cualquier parte de la moción que se tiene que aprobar.
The KMA study provides some fee options using the off-site production methodology.
Y la KMA ha proporcionado estudios basándose en la metodología de lo que es el establecimiento de estas unidades.
If the fee is charged per market rate unit, it has a range of $10,000 to $15,000 per unit.
Y si lo que es el costo real se basa en el valor del mercado por unidad, entonces esto oscila entre los $10,000 y $15,000.
If the fee is charged per floor area or square footage of the unit, there's a range of $12 to $17 per square foot.
Ahora, si oscila lo que es el costo, si hablamos por pies cuadrado o lo que tiene que ver con el valor real del mercado en la zona de vivienda residencial, entonces esto oscila entre 12 y $17 por pie cuadrado.
The fee per square foot would benefit projects with smaller unit sizes.
Y lo que tiene que ver con el costo, las tarifas, si lo calculamos por pie cuadrado, esto beneficiaría a los proyectos de unidades más pequeñas.
So development code and specific plan amendments are subject to a formal recommendation from the Planning Commission prior to the City Council's consideration per the government code.
Lo que tiene que ver con el desarrollo del código y una planificación específica, las modificaciones quedan sujetos a la recomendación formal del comisionado de planificación antes de que el consulado de la ciudad lo pueda considerar, basándose en el código gubernamental y tiene que ver con la sección 65855.
The Planning Commission reviewed staff's proposal on December 6th of last year and voted 5-2 in favor of the staff recommendation.
El comisionado de planificación estudió la propuesta el 6 de diciembre del 2002 y la votación fue de 5-2 a favor de la recomendación propuesta por el equipo.
And so the staff recommendation this evening is to adopt an ordinance amending the development code and the downtown specific plan related to inclusionary housing requirements.
Ahora, lo que tiene que ver con la recomendación del equipo, la ordenanza adoptada, el número 2023, que modifica el capítulo 18,34 y 18,35 del Departamento de Vista, lo que tiene que ver con el Código del Centro de Vista específico, el plan relacionado con los requerimientos de las viviendas inclusionarias.
And to adopt a resolution adopting City Council Policy 315, as well as establishing an in lieu fee for the inclusionary housing program.
Y al haber adaptado la resolución número 2023, que entonces adapta a la póliza del cónsul de la ciudad de Vista 300-15 el establecimiento de lo que es el costo para las viviendas, el programa de viviendas inclusionarias, las tarifas.
And that completes my staff presentation. Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Esto concluye mi presentación y ahora estoy preparado para escuchar preguntas.
Thank you very much. And now we'll hear from the public on this item, beginning with Kelly Batten. And if you would come forward and be ready to speak when it's your time. Our next speaker will be Jacqueline Zimmer, followed by Helene Bell.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Batten, and I'm here on behalf of the Building Industry Association of San Diego. On behalf of the Building Industry of San Diego and our members, we would like to address Vista's inclusionary housing ordinance. For the most part, is very consistent with other inclusionary policies throughout the northern coastal area. However, as proponents of middle-income housing, we see regulations like inclusionary housing policies as a roadblock to home ownership. Regulatory fees alone make up 50% of the cost of a home.
We're going to ask if you wouldn't mind giving a sentence or two, and our translator is going to translate.
Oh,
for the
I
audience.
apologize.
No, that's quite all right.
Would you like my notes?
The whole thing she just said? No. Okay,
Do you want me to restart?
yeah, that would be good.
So you have the notes written down?
I do, but I need them. I only have one copy.
Okay, but he can do it after you speak.
Oh, there you go. Very good. He'll read it
Okay,
in
I'll read
Spanish
it all
after
and
you.
then I'll let him go. Okay.
Thank you.
There has been some discussion regarding a per unit or per square foot in lieu fee. The BIA typically prefers a square foot fee, which encourages a variety of units to be built and keeps the cost more affordable, especially for smaller units. The in lieu fees are incurred by new homeowners and renters and add significant costs to monthly payments. For example, a $15 per square foot fee is an additional $185 per month on an average size home. This affects rents and mortgage payments and makes housing unattainable. At a time when housing costs are already high, that $185 could put more families out of reach of homeownership. In a rental community, $185 is a significant amount in a rental payment. San Diegans are struggling. We need to do our best to support working families, not making it more difficult. We also ask projects already in the permitting process be exempt, as it could affect current financing. We all need to do our part to ensure a healthy housing market, which supports healthy communities, and we look forward to our continued work with the City of Vista to create housing for all San Diegans.
De parte de lo que tiene que ver con la industria de la construcción y asociación de San Diego, nuestros miembros les gustaría tratar el asunto de la vivienda inclusionaria y sus ordenanzas en la ciudad de Vista. Nos hemos propuesto, hablando de los hogares de ingresos moderados, que hablando de las regulaciones por las viviendas inclusionarias y las pólizas, lo que tiene que ver con las tarifas y las regulaciones solamente constituyen un 50% del costo de una vivienda. Han habido muchas conversaciones en cuanto al costo por unidad y por pie cuadrado. La BIA típicamente prefiere hacer esto por pie cuadrado, lo que esto favorece a una variedad de unidades que puedan ser construidas y mantiene el costo mucho más asequible y razonable, especialmente cuando se trata de unidades más pequeñas. A pesar de que estos costos incurridos en los las nuevas unidades y los que alquilan estas agregan costos significativos al alquiler y los pagos mensuales, por ejemplo, $15 por pie cuadrado, aparte de $185 por mes como promedio para un hogar de tamaño promedio. Esto afecta los alquileres y también afecta los pagos de hipotecas y hacen que la vivienda no sea asequible. En este momento, cuando el costo de las unidades ya es alto, $185 podría hacer que más familias no tuvieran esto a su alcance. En una comunidad donde estamos hablando de alquileres, $185 es un monto significativo cuando hablamos de un pago de alquiler en San Diego para aquellos que están ya teniendo ciertos problemas económicos. Tenemos que hacer y poner lo mejor de nuestra parte para apoyar a las familias trabajadoras y no hacérselo más difícil. Todos tenemos que jugar nuestro papel y nuestra parte para asegurar que el mercado de vivienda sea sano y que éste apoye de forma sana a las comunidades y anhelamos poder continuar trabajando con la ciudad de Vista para crear viviendas en San Diego.
Thank you very much. And now Jacqueline Zimmer, followed by Helene Bell. And we're going to ask if you would slow down a little bit for our interpreter.
Sure. It has been said that the home is where the heart is.
Se ha dicho que la casa, el hogar es donde está el corazón.
It is also where your belongings are.
Y ahí también es donde están sus pertenencias personales.
Your bed,
Su cama,
your bathroom,
su baño,
a kitchen with a refrigerator and stove,
una cocina con un refrigerador y una estufa.
an address when you want to apply for something,
Y también un vestido cuando se quiere poner algo.
a determiner of where you can vote,
El determinar dónde puede votar.
a place to receive your mail,
Un sitio donde recibir la correspondencia de mano.
a place for some privacy,
Un sitio para privacidad.
a place to feel like a human being.
Un sitio donde puede sentirse como un ser humano.
Imagine if after this meeting you had no home to go to.
Imagínese si después de esta reunión usted no tuviera un hogar donde ir.
This is only one option that we're talking about tonight. There are more, but this is a start.
Esta es la única opción de la cual estamos hablando esta noche. Hay más opciones, pero este es un comienzo.
Thank you very much. Helene Bell, followed by Luz Godina.
Good evening, counselors. My name is Helene. I also answer to Elena, and I'm a member of the St. Francis Social Justice Ministry.
Buenos días, consejo. Yo soy un miembro aquí también.
When it comes to supporting Vista residents, the proposed amendments to the Vista Development Code related to inclusionary housing requirements is the beginning of an era of hope.
Cuando estamos hablando acá de estas viviendas inclusionarias, lo que hemos empezado a hablar aquí, este es el comienzo de una esperanza futura.
A safe, stable, affordable home is not a matter of dollars and cents.
El tener una vivienda que sea asequible no es un asunto de dólares y centavos.
This is an investment in the future of the city of Vista.
Esta es una inversión en el futuro de la ciudad de Vista.
Now the city can provide affordable housing
Ahora la ciudad puede proporcionar viviendas asequibles,
consistent with the policies of the housing element of the general plan.
consistente con las pólizas del plan general.
Adopting the ordinance also ushers in an era of hope.
Y también el aceptar esta ordenanza nos asegura la era por venir,
For the future of Vista's residents.
para el futuro de los residentes de Vista.
Vista families, especially our children,
Las familias que residen en Vista, especialmente nuestros niños,
deserve stability and opportunities to reach their full potential.
para la estabilidad y para que tengan el potencial de alcanzar su potencial máximo.
Neighboring cities in the county have affordable housing programs in place.
Y ciudades vecinas en el condado tienen ya en su sitio en marcha viviendas asequibles.
If there are any problems, it hasn't prevented them from implementing these programs.
Si ha habido algún problema, esto no les ha impedido implementar estos programas.
Your constituency is grateful that you will adopt this agenda item.
Y su consistencia es altamente apreciada que van a implementar este artículo.
Now, I'd like to direct this comment to the audience. If you are here for inclusive inclusionary housing, raise your hand.
Ahora, este comentario se lo quiero dirigir al auditorio. Si usted está aquí presente para el programa de viviendas inclusionarias, por favor, levante la mano.
This attendance is proof that this agenda item is eminently important to the residents of Vista.
La asistencia es prueba que este artículo es inminentemente importante para la ciudad de Vista,
Especially if they'll come out on a night that's cold and rainy.
especialmente en una noche fría y de lluvia.
It's a matter of life.
Es un asunto de vida.
Thank you to all of you who came to attend this meeting and show your support.
Gracias a todos los que se dieron cita por asistir a esta reunión y brindarnos su apoyo.
And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Y gracias por permitirme hablar.
Thank you very much. Luz Godina, followed by Lourdes Farhart.
Good evening.
Buenas
My
noches.
name is Luz Godina.
Me llamo Luz Godina
I'm part of St. Francis Church, the Social Justice Ministry,
y yo soy parte de la iglesia
San Francisco.
de San Francisco.
I'm here because I'd like the council to vote for inclusionary housing.
Yo estoy aquí porque yo le pido al Consejo que voten para las viviendas inclusionarias
And increase affordable housing in Vista.
y para que se incrementen viviendas asequibles en la ciudad de Vista.
I'd like to now address a few issues
Me gustaría ahora hablar de algunas cuestiones
I've heard regarding inclusionary housing.
que yo he escuchado con lo que respecta a viviendas inclusionarias.
The first one is inclusionary housing will increase the prices of rentals or home sales.
Y la primera es que la vivienda inclusionaria entonces incrementaría el costo del alquiler.
This is not true.
Y esto no es cierto.
Market rate will prevail on property rentals and sales.
Y lo que tiene que ver con el mercado real, el valor del mercado, va a prevalecer tanto en propiedades de renta como en propiedades en venta.
Second, inclusionary housing stops builders.
Y la segunda, que el sistema de hogares o viviendas inclusionarias detiene la construcción y a los constructores.
Also not true.
Tampoco es
Many
cierto.
cities in San Diego have inclusionary housing,
Muchas ciudades de San Diego tienen un programa de viviendas inclusionarias
and building has not stopped.
y la construcción no se ha detenido.
A third issue is inclusionary housing only helps a few.
Y el tercer punto, las viviendas inclusionarias solamente ayudan a unos pocos.
Is it worth it?
¿Vale la pena?
Yes.
Sí.
If we can help even a few, it will be worth it.
Si podemos ayudar, aunque sea unos pocos, bien valdrá la pena.
And I believe having inclusionary housing will help many in Vista.
Y yo pienso que el programa de viviendas inclusionarias ayudará a muchos en Vista.
So yes, please help us have more inclusionary housing and affordable housing in Vista.
Por favor, ayúdennos a tener viviendas inclusionarias y viviendas asequibles en Vista.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Lourdes Farhart, followed by Wendy Baez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lourdes Farhat. I'm a member of St. Francis Catholic Church, Social Justice Ministry, and San Diego Organizing Project.
Sí, me llamo Lourdes y también soy miembro de la Iglesia de San Francisco en la ciudad de San Diego.
On behalf of our group, I would like to congratulate our newly elected mayor, Mr. John Franklin, and new council member Daniel O'Donnell.
Y quiero felicitar al nuevo miembro del consejo y también al mayor de la ciudad.
Tonight, a vote for inclusionary housing policy will take place.
Y vamos a hablar en cuanto a el sistema de viviendas inclusionarias que se llevará a cabo.
And for me, the top 5 reasons why it should pass or get voted for.
Y la razón por la que yo pienso que esto debe pasar y que se debe votar a su favor.
Number 5, better housing is known to improve a variety of health outcomes and improve mental health indicators.
Y también acá estamos hablando que las viviendas inclusionarias ayudan a promover mejor salud y salud mental.
It helps foster social and economic mobility and integration.
Y también la movilidad y la integración.
Our surrounding neighbors have inclusionary housing policy like Oceanside, San Marcos, Carlsbad, Encinitas, and Poway. So why can't the city of Vista have one?
Y también ciudades vecinas como Oceanside, San Marcos, Carlsbad, ellos tienen un sistema de viviendas inclusionarias. ¿Por qué no lo podemos tener en Vista?
Number 2, inclusionary housing prevent homelessness.
Y el segundo punto, viviendas inclusionarias previene el que haya personas sin hogar.
And the number 1 reason is housing is a human right, and the Vista City Council have a moral obligation to the people of Vista toward affordable housing.
Y el número 1 es que también estamos hablando de que es un derecho humano, entonces el Consejo de la Ciudad de Vista tiene la responsabilidad de que este se lleve a cabo.
Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you. And
Gracias
thank
por
you
permitirme
all for
hablar y
coming.
gracias a todos ustedes por venir.
Thank you very much. Wendy Baez, followed by Cipriano Vargas.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Buenas noches a todos.
May I give my speech in Spanish and he can translate?
Please.
Thank you. Buenas noches a todos ustedes. Mi nombre es Wendy Baez y soy miembro de la organización de San Diego Organizando Proyectos, SDOP.
So I'm a member of the organization in San Diego organizing projects.
Esta noche vengo representando a parroquianos de la iglesia de San Francisco de Asís, localizada en Vista.
So I'm here representing the members of the San Francisco Church located here in Vista.
Pido que aprueben la medida de viviendas inclusionarias, ya que es lo correcto para los ciudadanos de Vista.
I ask you to please approve the inclusionary housing because this is the correct thing to do for Vista residents.
Todo individuo tiene el derecho a poseer un pedazo de tierra que pueda llamar mía, mi casa, mi hogar.
Every individual has the right to possess a piece of land that they can call their own, their home.
Nuestro sueño no es trabajar toda una vida para alquilar y enriquecer a otra persona.
Our dream is not to work a lifetime to rent a place and make another individual that much richer.
Soñamos con tener una casa que podamos pagar y donde podamos criar a nuestra familia, a nuestros hijos.
Our dream is to have a home that we can pay for and where we can raise a family and raise our children.
Como nuestros líderes elegidos, es su responsabilidad asegurar que la riqueza de nuestro gran país sea compartida con todos.
And as our elected leaders, it's your responsibility to make certain that the riches of our country is shared amongst everyone.
Cada familia quiere tener una casa a la que puedan llamar hogar y ustedes tienen el poder y el deber de hacer que eso sea posible.
Every family has the right to have a house that they can call home, and you have the power and the responsibility to make this a realization.
Pasar programas como estos es lo correcto. Es solamente el principio, como lo han mencionado.
And to pass programs like this is the correct thing to do. And as it's already been mentioned, this is just the beginning.
Además, la ciudad de Vista puede ser un ejemplo para otras ciudades a seguir iniciativas como esta.
And the city of Vista can be an example for other cities to follow.
Gracias por su atención y gracias a todos por estar presentes y hacer que se escuche su voz.
Thank you for your attention, and thank you for everyone else that has made possible for our voice to be heard.
Thank you very much, Cipriano Vargas, followed by Teresa Perez.
Good evening, council members.
Buenas noches, miembros del Consejo.
First of all, I'd like to start off by saying thank you to Councilmember Melendez and Councilmember Joe Green. This conversation is only happening because of your leadership to bring this discussion forward and making sure that we hear from our community residents of what is needed on housing.
Bueno, les quiero agradecer a estos miembros del condado, del consejo, para que podamos hacer realidad estas reuniones y los temas que estamos tratando acá en cuestión.
We can look at the data from Sandag, and we know for the city of Vista, we need more moderate income housing and more housing for low income.
En la ciudad de Vista necesitamos más viviendas para familias de bajos y moderados ingresos.
We can also see this in our own community, having the opportunity to serve on the school board, many families that live in single apartment complex.
Y también podemos ver que muchas familias han vivido en departamentos, unidades simples, familias y personas que han trabajado en el sistema escolar.
We also know that we have done some affordable housing, and we must applaud those efforts, but we can do a lot more.
Y sabemos que hemos hecho ciertos esfuerzos para proporcionar hogares asequibles, pero podemos hacer mucho más aún.
Just recently in 2022, we did a groundbreaking for Community Housing Works here in Vista. I got to meet a mother who said, for the first time in her life, she could live with dignity and respect with her daughter.
Y en el 2022 se puede decir que rompimos un récord por lo que dijo una señora que por primera vez en la vida podía vivir de una forma digna con su hija.
And so let's look at what can happen. We can see the city of Carlsbad, who has maintained inclusionary housing, and it's not going to solve homelessness, but it is making a difference in hundreds of lives when you add up those years and units per year.
Y como vemos, por ejemplo, en la ciudad de Carlsbad, la diferencia que hace y con la diferencia que aún va a ser en años futuros.
I do want to talk about the in-lieu fees, because the city of Oceanside just talked about this last month.
Y quiero hablar de algo que la ciudad de Oceanside trató el mes pasado.
So what they did do is they did $15 per square foot with the phase-in of $20 per square foot for the next year.
Y ellos hablaron de $15 por el pie cuadrado y proyectándose al año que viene con una inflexión de $20 por pie cuadrado.
So for you this evening, as you discuss this, let's make sure that we don't leave any money on the table and that we get the best interest for residents of our community to make sure that we build more housing, whether it's on the development side or on the fee side.
Entonces asegurémonos que no quede dinero sobre la mesa y que hagamos todo lo posible para crear una comunidad con estas viviendas asequibles, tanto del lado A como del lado B.
I look forward to future conversations. I look forward to many more discussions. I look forward to many more workshops. We know that when you do these meetings,
Yo anhelo tener muchas más conversaciones, muchos más talleres y tratar estos asuntos. Y cuando tenemos estas reuniones,
when you did this meeting at 2 p.m., you had 1/10 of the people. Look at this meeting tonight. It's full. Our community demands representation and the voice at this table.
y cuando tuvieron esta reunión, celebraron esta reunión a las 2 de la tarde, había muy poca gente en comparación a lo que hay ahora. Entonces quiere decir que necesitamos reuniones como estas.
So thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Y muchas gracias y anhelo tener más conversaciones y tratar estos asuntos.
Teresa Perez, followed by Holly Herring.
Hello, City Council. I would like to speak in Spanish. Mi nombre es Teresa Pérez. Yo soy parte del Ministerio de Justicia Social de la Iglesia de San Francisco de Asís.
So my name is Teresa Perez. I'm part of the social ministry in the San Francisco Church.
También soy organizadora con San Diego Organizando Proyectos.
And I'm also involved in organizing projects in San Diego.
Por más de un año, el Ministerio de Justicia Social ha estado luchando para que se pase esta ordenanza de vivienda inclusiva.
For over a year, the Public Justice Administration has been insisting on this ordinance to pass regarding the housing.
Cada vez que hemos hablado, hemos mencionado que representamos 9,000 familias que están registradas en la Iglesia de San Francisco.
Every time we speak, we mention that we represent 9,000 families whom are registered in the San Francisco Church.
Parte de esas personas que les hemos mencionado tantas veces están aquí.
And part of the people that we've mentioned to you many times are present here this evening.
Esta es la gente que necesita más vivienda de bajos recursos, que necesitamos más vivienda de bajos recursos.
And these are the people, us, that need more low-income housing.
Esta es la gente que ustedes representan.
These are the people that you represent.
Entonces les pedimos que hagan lo que es correcto, que pasen vivienda inclusiva.
And so we ask you to please do what's right and to pass inclusionary housing.
Somos personas de fe, creemos en Dios, que con Dios todo es posible y confiamos que el día de hoy eso va a ser posible.
We have faith. We are people of faith, and we trust in God, and we trust that these things that we have mentioned will be possible.
También quiero que vean, en la audiencia hay muchos niños y jovencitos.
And I also want you to take note that there are many children and young teenagers here today.
Que pueden aprender mucho en este día, en esta reunión, y ustedes le pueden dar ese aprendizaje.
And they can learn a lot here today as a result of this meeting, and you can actually provide them this teaching.
Gracias por escucharme, a los miembros del concilio, y gracias a todos y cada uno de ustedes por estar aquí. Muchísimas gracias, se los digo de corazón.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and I want to thank everyone from the bottom of my heart, everyone who is here present today.
Thank you.
Holly Herring, followed by Antonio Garcia. Antonio Garcia.
My name is Holly Herring,
Me llamo Holly Herring.
and I've made an entire career built on speaking.
Yo hice una carrera de poder hablar públicamente.
I've got an Assembly District Award for my activism and advocacy.
Y yo he recibido un premio por ser activista.
People tell me sometimes that I'm a voice for the voiceless.
Y muchas veces la gente me dice que yo soy una voz para aquellos que no tienen voz.
And my response is, everybody has a voice. You just have to hand them the microphone.
Y mi respuesta es que todos tenemos una voz. Sencillamente necesitamos que nos alcancen un micrófono.
Tonight, I'm eternally grateful that somebody handed my neighbors the microphone and gave them an opportunity to use their voice.
Esta noche yo estoy infinitamente agradecida que alguien le dio a mis vecinos un micrófono y la oportunidad de que usen su voz.
All of these voices in this room tonight and the ones who couldn't make it have formed a roar for inclusionary housing in this month of January, which is Poverty Awareness Month.
Y todas las voces que están aquí esta noche y muchas que no están han rugido en pedir lo que tiene que ver con el programa de viviendas inclusionarias.
My neighbors and I need inclusionary housing.
Mis vecinos y yo necesitamos viviendas inclusionarias.
We don't need more parking.
No necesitamos más estacionamientos.
We need 15% at anything over 7 units.
Necesitamos el 15% por todo lo que excede a 7 unidades.
And that would incentivize us using our mass transit and finding another way around our problems of growth in this city besides building to a population that doesn't need more housing.
Y entonces esto va a contribuir que podamos usar otros medios de transporte y no seguir construyendo más y más edificios.
Other cities do this, we can do this.
Otras ciudades lo hacen, nosotros también lo podemos hacer.
The myths about inclusionary housing have been busted tonight, and we need inclusionary housing.
Los mitos de las viviendas inclusionarias esta noche se han destrozado. Necesitamos viviendas inclusionarias.
I want to thank the council for bringing this up and discussing this and trying to make our community better, and my neighbors for showing up and using their voice.
Y quiero agradecerle al Consejo esta noche por escucharnos y también agradecerles a mis vecinos por usar su voz y hacerse oír.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Okay, and our final speaker on this item will be Antonia Garcia.
Buenas noches
Good
a
evening.
todos los miembros del concilio,
evening,
especialmente
council.
al Mayor Franklin, a Joe Green y a unos miembros de aquí que me conocen. Mi nombre es Antonia García, soy residente de Vista y mucho.
A ver, un momentito. My name is Antonia Garcia. I'm a Vista resident.
Y estoy aquí haciendo presente mi voz porque yo he luchado por muchos años para aplicar para bajos recursos, pero cuando llego ya está todo lleno. Yo quisiera saber.
So I'm here this evening to make my voice be heard because for many, many years I have applied for low-income housing, but it's always taken up, never available.
¿Qué pasa con los residentes de Vista que en realidad tenemos necesidad, que somos realmente de bajos recursos y no calificamos y siempre está lleno? Podemos ver aquí todo el público.
So what's happening with us Vista residents? Every time we run into the same issue that there's no more housing available.
Pueden ver la necesidad aquí de que todos estamos presentes aunque esté lloviendo, ¿verdad?
And you can see the need here because notice that we're all present in spite of the fact that it's raining.
Otra pregunta que tengo es de que las personas que están indocumentadas aquí, ¿qué pueden hacer para calificar? Porque también tienen hijos nacidos aquí.
And another question that I have, those that are not legal residents, what can they do? Because they have children who were born here.
Porque se han tocado muchos puntos, pero veo que nadie ha tocado este punto, ¿verdad?
Many points have been discussed, but I've observed that this one in particular has not been mentioned.
Pienso que todos tenemos derecho a una vivienda digna.
I believe that we all have a right to have a dignifying residence.
Cuando vi al mayor allá en la Norda, le pregunté que si él haría algo por la vivienda, que me interesaba mucho.
So I asked that I was very interested in the housing and what had been done.
Porque yo soy una madre soltera, nunca he tenido hasta mala suerte para pedir apoyos. En otros lados nos exigen muchas cosas,
I'm a single mother, and I have not had any success in getting benefits because many, many things are required for one to qualify.
¿Y qué van a pedir? Que no nos hagan tan difícil para calificar.
So I want to ask that you don't make it so difficult for us to qualify. I have not had support.
Yo quisiera que por favor hicieran algo para ayudar a una de todas las familias, porque al no tener vivienda también nuestros hijos se hacen delincuentes de ver en la forma en que viven. Por favor, les pido de su atención.
And I ask that you please give attention to this because if we don't have a place to live, then our children are going to become delinquents. So I urge you to take attention to this matter.
Es todo por hoy. Muchas gracias por escucharnos y espero que tomen en cuenta lo que les comenté. Gracias a todos.
That'll be all for today. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope that you take into account what I've just expressed.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Thank you to all the members of the community for joining us tonight. It really makes a difference, and I love to hear everyone speak. Will we continue to have translation with our council comments?
It's at the council's pleasure.
I would like that, please. Thank you.
Can you provide interpretation for the question and answer?
Sure, from here.
You can sit right here. Sorry, you can sit right here if you like.
Where I'm at here? Yeah, that's fine. Well, whatever is best. Or, okay, yeah.
Awesome. I support inclusionary housing
Yo apoyo la vivienda inclusionaria.
by passing a policy for inclusionary housing. We show our support for poor and working people of Vista.
El nosotros pasar la propuesta para vivienda inclusionaria es manifestación de que nosotros apoyamos a las familias de Vista.
We say we believe that people of all incomes deserve to live in Vista.
Nosotros decimos que personas de todos los ingresos tienen derecho de vivir en Vista.
I support inclusionary housing because social and economic equity are very important to me personally.
Yo apoyo vivienda inclusionaria porque para mí la equidad social y económica son cosas muy importantes.
And I believe that housing is a human right, and my neighbors in Vista deserve a place to live with dignity.
Y yo pienso que el tener una vivienda es un derecho para todo ser humano y mis vecinos en Vista merecen tener una vivienda.
This policy would ensure that 9% of new apartments are affordable.
Y esta póliza aseguraría que el 9% de todos los departamentos nuevos sean asequibles.
If the developer does not want to build the affordable apartments in the same construction, they could pay a fee.
Si el constructor no desea construir departamentos dentro de esta categoría mencionada, tendrán que pagar entonces ellos un costo.
These fees would be collected by the city and used for future affordable housing.
Y estos costos los colectaría la ciudad y serían usados para todo lo que tiene que ver con viviendas asequibles y la construcción de estas.
There are different ways to structure this fee.
Y este costo se puede estructurar de diferentes maneras.
We can require the fee be paid per apartment at $12,310.
Podemos requerir que este costo, esta tarifa, se pague por unidad, por departamento, en la cantidad de $12,500.
Or we can require a fee per square foot of the total enclosed floor area under a common roof.
O también podemos hacerlo esto por pie cuadrado, lo que equivale a toda la superficie cuadrada de una vivienda.
Per square foot at $15 per square foot.
Y cuando hablamos de pie cuadrado, entonces el costo es de $15.
I support a square foot fee.
Yo apoyo una tarifa por pie cuadrado.
For three reasons. One, this is consistent with what other cities are doing.
La primera razón es porque esto es consistente con lo que otras ciudades están haciendo.
Two, per square foot fees will result in easier financing for developers.
Y la segunda razón es que el hacerlo por pie cuadrado, esto es de mayor facilidad para aquellos que desarrollan estos complejos.
Housing developers will be able to produce a wide range and types of units.
Y los que desarrollan las viviendas podrán entonces diseñar y construir una variedad diversificada de unidades.
Essentially, per square foot fees pencil out better than one-size-fits-all unit fees.
Y hacerlo la tarifa por pies cuadrado, cuando hacemos los números, sale mucho mejor que hacerlo por unidad, un todo unido.
And thank you to the BIA and their representative, Kelly, for coming and speaking tonight and for sharing some information about your perspective.
Y gracias a la BIA de Kelly esta noche por haberse presentado y también por haber compartido su perspectiva en el asunto.
Number 3, according to our Community Development Director, Mr. Conley, we can expect to receive the same amount of fees regardless of the fee type.
Entonces podemos esperar recibir el mismo tipo de tarifa, prescindiendo, el mismo costo prescindiendo del tipo de tarifa que sea.
This means that we can still look forward to funding for future affordable housing, which I know was really important to the members of St. Francis when I spoke to them.
Y entonces podemos asegurarnos que los costos implicados en desarrollos futuros se mantengan dentro de estos parámetros. Y yo sé que esto es muy importante para los miembros de la Iglesia de San Francisco, porque hablé con ellos anteriormente.
Making sure we can use these fees to build more affordable homes for families is important to a lot of people in the community.
Y el saber que podemos usar estas tarifas para construir viviendas de familias asequibles es muy importante para las familias.
So I do support this agenda item, and I would like to formally make a motion to accept staff's recommendation. However, to specify that we move forward with a per square foot in lieu fee.
Entonces yo quiero presentar esta moción para asegurarme que nosotros prosigamos con el plan de hacerlo por pie cuadrado como lo acabo de mencionar.
And some of the speakers mentioned that this is only one option for bringing more affordable housing to our community.
Algunos de los oradores mencionaron que es la única opción para traer a nuestra comunidad viviendas asequibles, proporcionarlas.
Something that has been mentioned is that smaller apartments are being built and that more projects are being proposed that are smaller.
Y se mencionó que se están construyendo departamentos más pequeños y proyectos en desarrollo. Entonces también mencionamos que son unidades más pequeñas.
Mr. Conley and I had a discussion about minimum unit sizes that the city requires.
Y el señor Conley y yo tuvimos una conversación en la que hablamos de unidades más pequeñas, que es un requerimiento de la ciudad.
And perhaps you can confirm this for us. These minimum unit sizes are a bit antiquated. They are from, was it when the city incorporated?
Y podemos preguntarle al caballero para que confirme esto, pero las unidades y los tamaños de pies cuadrados de estas unidades son anticuados, porque esto fue lo que se estableció.
That's correct. They were in the code that the county provided upon incorporation of the city.
Sí, y esto es cierto, porque estos son los códigos que el condado proporcionó cuando la ciudad se incorporó.
These minimum unit sizes are a restriction to development.
Y estas unidades de este tamaño mínimo son una restricción para el desarrollo.
It means that if a builder wants to develop a 2-bedroom apartment, it has to be a minimum of 880 square feet.
Entonces esto quiere decir que si un constructor quiere desarrollar un proyecto de un departamento de 2 dormitorios, tendría que ser de 880 pies cuadrados.
But we need more 2- and 3-bedroom apartments in Vista especially ones that are easier to afford.
Pero necesitamos departamentos de más de 2 o 3 dormitorios en Vista, especialmente aquellos que nuevamente sean asequibles y estén al alcance de la mayoría.
So at a future discussion, I would like to look at our minimum unit sizes and reevaluate the requirements.
Entonces, en un análisis futuro me gustaría entonces hacer un análisis y hablar de la unidad de tamaño mínimo y los requerimientos al respecto.
Not only do we need more inclusionary housing to ensure that people of all incomes can live in Vista,
No solamente necesitamos viviendas inclusionarias para asegurarnos que las personas de diferentes ingresos puedan vivir en Vista.
I believe we can advance our goals if we continue to improve our city policies and make development easier in Vista.
Y yo pienso que nosotros podemos llegar a alcanzar estas metas si nosotros promocionamos lo que tiene que ver con las ordenanzas en la ciudad de Vista.
We need market rate solutions, and we need to provide public policy in order to make a difference.
Necesitamos proporcionar pólizas públicas y también tratar el precio real del mercado para que se logre una diferencia.
Thank you for the time to share, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Gracias por el tiempo que se me concedió para compartir esto y anhelo escuchar de mis colegas.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Muchas gracias, comunidad. Estamos aquí porque necesitamos cambiar el curso de nuestra ciudad. Antes teníamos la habilidad de colectar una tarifa para hacer más viviendas para todos nosotros, de bajos recursos, medio, alto. Vixie, todos tenemos el derecho de vivir aquí. So I want to thank the community for coming. We need to change the course of our city. We used to have inclusionary housing that allowed everybody from all income levels, low income, middle income, high income, to live here in the city. It's extremely important that we create a vista for everybody. So les quiero agradecer y por todo el apoyo. Yo tengo desde el 2018 que estoy peleando para tener viviendas inclusivas así. I've been fighting this fight since I was elected in 2018 to have inclusionary housing. Y la cosa es que no teníamos los votos antes. Era 4-1. Y tenía que cambiar el concejal y también los corazones de los miembros aquí. It was a struggle. It was a 4-1 against inclusionary housing. We've had a change in council, and we've had a change in hearts. Some of our members on council, and it's really important that we continue to hear from the community on not just this topic, but so many other topics. Because the policies that we drive forward here in the city, they're not for us, they're for you. Todo lo que hacemos aquí en la ciudad es para ustedes. So necesitamos tener tu voz, no nomás para este tema, pero para todos los diferentes temas que estamos hablando. So por favor, si no saben comunicarse con nosotros, si no pueden llegar a unos de esos reuniones, por favor, vamos a ver cómo podemos funcionar como una comunidad con más comunicación. So if you all don't know how to reach us or communicate with the council, we need to continue to bridge that gap of communication. We need to be able to move forward as a city that's united. I believe that housing is a human right. Mi vocabulario en español no está tan grande, so voy a necesitar un poquito de ayuda, pero es un derecho humano tener una vivienda. Es uno de los tantos diferentes derechos que tenemos, porque estamos vivos aquí y queremos tener un hogar para nosotros, para nuestros hijos, nuestra familia. Housing is a human right. We want housing. We want a place to live for ourselves, for our children, for our family members, for our friends. We have seen the struggle over the last few years with the removal of inclusionary housing. Cuando se acabó viviendas inclusionarios, vemos todos como una comunidad, qué difícil es. Qué difícil. Mira cuántos edificios y viviendas tenemos aquí en la ciudad de Vista nuevas que no podemos rentar porque cuestan tanto, de $2,000 o más para un estudio. You know, we've seen since inclusionary housing has been removed how we have built a lot, but a lot of us can't live. We can't afford the rents where a studio is $2,000. Tenemos familias que necesitamos apartamentos más grandes, de 2, de 3 cuartos. We have families that need a place to live, apartments that are 2, 3 bedrooms. Eso es algo que no vemos tanto. That's something that we don't see a lot, porque el mercado no va a funcionar en una realidad diferente que tenemos cada día una realidad diferente. So the market functions in a different reality than our everyday reality. And if the market were to provide solutions, we would see them by now, right? In the time that we have removed inclusionary housing, we have not been able to see that. Si el mercado tiene tantas diferentes soluciones para vivienda, pues, ¿dónde están? No están. So, aquí tenemos que manejar diferentes policías para tener la oportunidad de vivir en una parte que está limpia, que está seguro, que tiene árboles, Vixie. We need to be able to drive public policy so that we have, as a community, a place to live that's clean, that's safe, that has trees, right? That has open space for our children. Lugares para los niños donde pueden jugar y que no estén en la calle so that our kids aren't in the streets. I am really, really supportive of inclusionary housing. Esto es algo que yo apoyo mucho y les doy muchas gracias a todos que vinieron hoy. I really, really am so thankful for everybody that has shown up today. You showed up, your voices are heard, whether you're able to speak or not. Escuchamos tu voz, aunque si hablaron aquí o no. Es muy importante estar en estos tipos de discusiones, porque este tipo de discusión es el tipo de discusión que necesitamos para lograr una comunidad más mejor. It's really important that you are all involved in these types of discussions, because this is the only way, these discussions are the way that we can actually make our community better. And that's what we all want. Cuando comenzamos hoy, rezamos. Eso es algo que no Antes no teníamos eso. When we first started this meeting, we prayed, and it's not something that we have consistently done. Y no debemos de hacer eso si no vamos a hacer lo que es necesario a apoyar nuestra comunidad. And we shouldn't be doing that unless we are actually doing things that are going to help our community. Pero a lo mejor Dios nos escuchó, but maybe God heard us, right? Porque todos estamos aquí. Because we are all here. Y le quiero preguntar a John Connolly, I want to ask John Connolly a few questions, unas preguntas, porque estoy de acuerdo, because I agree con Councilmember Melendez, but quiero hablar de qué sucede en 10 años. Si lo que vamos a cobrar por cada pie, si no es suficiente. Because I want to discuss what happens if in the future, in like 10 years from now, if what we're charging for square foot is just not enough. So, Mr. Connolly, depending on what we choose for, because I'm fine with square foot, but depending on what we choose, if it gets to the point where, inflation is crazy, and these are one of the words I don't know how to say in Spanish, so.
¿Qué va a pasar de acá a unos años? Estamos hablando en cuanto al precio de construir, si la inflación se enloquece más de lo que ya se ha enloquecido, incrementado.
Then we're not going to be receiving the actual cost of building a unit off-site. So do we need to revisit the policy, or can we, add a CPI adjustment to it? Is that something that other cities have done, or what's your?
So the resolution that's before the council this evening includes an adjustment on an annual basis consistent with the construction cost index. It's what we use to adjust all of our fees across the board.
Okay, perfect. So, les quiero decir, okay, so en caso que todo lo que cuesta, ¿cómo se dice inflation otra vez?
Todo lo que tiene que ver con el costo debido a la inflación.
De inflación. Okay, esa es una palabra nueva para mí. That's a new word for me in Spanish. Inflación. So, lo que sucede es que tenemos en lo que queremos hacer con haciendo viviendas inclusivos así, que es si se sube más el precio de construcción, también lo que vamos a cobrar va a subir, porque lo que queremos es hacer viviendas. Si la compañía que está haciendo la vivienda no quieren hacerlo, tenemos que producir eso en otro lado, en otra nueva construcción. A lo mejor es algo que la ciudad hace. So, what we want to make sure is that in the future, if the price of construction goes up, that we're able to, and if the developer doesn't want to build on site, and the city, right, is going to be receiving these fees, that we can then build off-site and actually build those units. Porque es muy importante tener algo así, si no, no vamos a poder, como una ciudad, producir viviendas necesarias. So it's really important, because as a city, we won't be able to actually produce the units. So I'm good with that. Estoy bien con eso, que ya está, es parte de esta acción que vamos a tomar como un concejal. Y También había un comentario. There was a comment that was made regarding legal residents versus undocumented as qualifications for affordable housing. Había un comentario que se trataba de residentes que no tienen documentos y se pueden calificar para viviendas de bajos recursos o medios recursos. Era un comentario muy importante, pero yo no sé la respuesta. It was a really important public comment, but I don't know the answer to that. John Connolly, can you provide some feedback? Or city
Defer to
manager?
our city manager, Amanda Lee, on that.
So certain federal funding sources do restrict based on documented status. However, inclusionary funding it's the least restrictive funding. It's coming from the city, so no, we wouldn't, those are, unless council directed us to create a policy to restrict undocumented, that would be where that would touch in. But no, there's no federal or any restrictions that would require us not to provide housing for undocumented.
Okay, so si hacemos algo así, okay, si vamos a mover esta policía de viviendas para los de bajos recursos o medios recursos, porque no vamos a estar usando dinero del gobierno federal, tenemos más habilidad de decir que no vamos a tener diferentes calificaciones para los que no tienen documentos. So, va a estar más abierto para todos. So, por eso también es muy importante. Y gracias por ese comentario, porque ni pensé eso y es algo que debo de estar pensando. Okay, so por eso también, muchas gracias que vinieron y hablaron de su experiencia. That's something that I wasn't even thinking about. I should always be thinking about that. So I really am thankful that we had a public comment that addressed that. So esto va a ser muy importante porque queremos tener viviendas para todos. This is really important because we want housing for all, regardless of documentation or not, because we are all in this community and we are here together. Porque queremos viviendas para todos, no nomás para una cierta persona que tiene documentos. Okay, so todos estamos ya aquí viviendo como una comunidad y tenemos que tener, por eso es tan importante tener algo así, inclusivo. Okay, so that's why it's so important that we have a policy like this that's inclusive. I'm going to go ahead and second Councilmember Melendez's motion. And are you actually looking for a motion? Because it's a public hearing.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Just want to make sure. So yo voy a apoyar la moción que hizo el concejal Meléndez, porque, como te digo, ya tengo desde el 2018 que estoy peleando para esto, pero ya tenemos un concejal diferente y a ver si va a pasar la moción con una mayoría. Me gustaría que pase con todos votando sí. So I am going to second Councilmember Melendez's motion. I believe in inclusionary housing. I've been fighting for it since I was elected in 2018. And hopefully we have 5 yeses because this is a very important topic for everybody who lives here now and everybody who will be here in the future. Let's see here. A ver si tengo otras cosas, otras notas. Let's see if I have any other notes. Oh, y también quiero decir que el tamaño de los cuartos, domicilios, no sé cómo decir eso ahorita, pero tenemos desde el 1963 que no cambiamos esa meta, esa policía. So with the minimum unit sizes we have since 1963, which it is our 60th. Tenemos ya 60 años como una ciudad. So para a lo mejor para este aniversario podemos hacer un poquito más para hacerlo más mejor para toda la comunidad. So, you know, I support taking a look at the minimum unit sizes because it is our 60th birthday here in Vista, and I think that a 60th birthday is a great time to take a look and reflect, right? And part of that reflection can be updating some of this policy that's a little bit old. Muchas gracias otra vez y hay otros miembros que quieren hablar.
Councilman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Franklin, and thank you so much, Council Members Melendez and Contreras, for being the champions for inclusionary housing. When we spoke back in October, I think I was your third vote, actually. We were 3-2 to say, hey, let's bring this forward. And when we spoke about it back in October, we talked about this overlay citywide of 8 to 9%, which I know that's what we're talking about now is the 9% overlay. But we also talked about an additional overlay near the transit areas, since we're trying to direct our inclusionary housing and we want to, you know, a lot of people who are in the affordable housing, you know, don't have access to cars and things. So we wanted to, I thought anyways, and I could be wrong, that we were going to do an additional overlay in the transit areas, the transit districts. And it also allowed our developers to get like a density bonus. So is that, I didn't see it in this, and I hadn't heard any of my council members discuss it. I'm assuming we can still amend the motion to add some things. So I'm hoping that through my conversation with you, we can figure this out. Question for you, actually, Mr. Conley.
The direction that we received last time we came to the council, which was, I believe, in October, we discussed this issue, and there was consensus that we were going to do a 9% citywide inclusionary requirement, because if we go over that, we're in the density bonus world, and developers can take advantage of concessions and waivers to reduce all of the development standards on their project.
Perfect.
So we eliminated the 20% recommendation within the transit areas based on that.
Perfect.
We can adjust it tonight or come back.
You know, it's kind of up to them, but it sounds like it was probably the most, you know, responsible thing to do from that aspect. So that is fine. The other question that I had for you is, I looked online to figure out what the average size of our units were for the past couple of years in Vista, whether they were apartments or condos, and I got two different numbers, 1,768 and 1,980. I also heard that our code says we can't build them smaller than 880. So the $15 per square foot, and that's the other thing, is we said we do a per square foot, but we didn't actually put a fee in. When Oceanside discussed this, they did a graduated fee where I want to say in 2022, they were at $9, 2023, they were at $15, and 2024, they'll be at $20 per square foot. So what I wanted to figure out is, I don't want to cut us short, okay? I want to get as much money as we can to either build the inclusionary housing if it's off-site, or make sure that we're compensated properly for it. So the $12,310 number that we initially came up with, was that based off of some type of average unit to where if we did go at a per dollar, we're gonna cut ourselves short, or?
That was an average unit size. As I mentioned in my presentation, if you did go by square footage, you can favor smaller units. So someone that's building a smaller unit would pay less, but on the contrary, someone that's building a larger unit would pay more. So that number was based on an average. The consultant's analysis gave us both options to charge per unit or per square foot. And based on the averages that they provided, staff believes that we wouldn't lose out on fees regardless of which method we chose.
Okay, and the fee that was suggested was between $12 to $17?
Correct.
Per square feet. I would assume that it's up to our council and our motion to set that dollar fee, correct?
Correct. The average was 15, but it's up to council to decide.
Okay. I would be fine with the average, or maybe 16, since we're still $4 lower than Oceanside, but not at the max, because the more the merrier. But also, I want to make sure, like when we're doing a 768 square foot unit at $15 per square foot is only $11,520. But then when you get to a 3,000 square foot unit, obviously you get over $45,000. So we have built some large houses that are over 2,000 square feet, that if we added the per square foot, we might be able to get more money. So I think that the per square foot is fine. I would like to maybe amend the motion to add a number of $16 per square foot, which you could go back and ask once we're done here. Also, thank you, St. Francis Church. Dang, St. Francis Church. Yeah, I hear your bell all the time. Whether you spoke or not, know that your presence is a present. So thank you. Hopefully you understand. Thank you for that, okay? Let's see, the transit areas we spoke about. Okay, we talked about home ownership. And I'm a huge advocate for home ownership, but we said, hey, this is an overlay 9% on, the way it looks is 9% on any development, 20 units or larger. I heard Councilmember Melendez say apartments, and I'm wondering, this also applies to townhomes, condos, and houses as well?
Any multifamily development that's 20 units or more, so it would not include single-family detached, but all other
Anything zoned as a
projects.
condo?
Yes.
Okay. So any townhome development, the Warmington, a lot of them would have been, okay. So they still do have the opportunity to own with this overlay.
Yes.
And how would that work from because this is the problem we have is, if I determine an area to be an affordable area and the developer says, hey, I'm going to sell a house to people in this median income, they have to be able to qualify for the sales price. Does this actually allow us to mandate that a portion of the units built will fall within the price range that these incomes will qualify for the purchase?
Yes.
So what you're saying is that if I have 5 units, 3 of those units, if you make the moderate income, which you tell me what that is, the lowest one we're qualifying for.
80 to 120% of AMI.
Okay, but we also have some that are lower than that, right?
Yes.
Like between 60 and 80 or
50 to 80.
Okay, and what percentage is that again? You know, of the 9%, is it?
Oh, that's 5%.
Okay, so 5% of those are for the lowest income, all right? So that's what I'm saying is, how do we, I guess it goes through development. So when they come through and say, hey, all these condos are $700,000, obviously somebody who only makes $80,000 per year doesn't qualify for $700,000. So that means they make $7,000 per month. Their max debt to income ratio, say they can only afford $3,200 a month, okay? That house is under $500,000 at today's interest rates. Are we able to say, hey, builder, with this affordable overlay, your house has to be at $500,000 so that the people at this income can meet the debt to income ratios for qualifying for purchasing a house? The only reason why I'm asking this is I don't want to do a program that doesn't work. You know what I mean? So
Yes, you're correct. So the 9% of affordable units would be set at a price that would meet the income requirements of those that qualify.
okay, so our housing department would work with developers and say, based off of income that people make within our city, these people would be able to purchase at this price.
At a significantly lower price than market rate.
So from now on, just want to make sure I'm perfectly clear, on every development built for sale that is a condo or a townhome, there will be 9% set aside for our lowest income, and then also our 80 to 120% income.
Correct, for 55 years.
And it's only based off of the county median, or is it the city median?
County.
Is there a way to change it to the city median?
I don't know. I'm going to defer to the city attorney. I don't believe so. Almost all the
lower than the county?
affordable programs are based on county, regional.
It's all based off county no matter what?
County, I don't think there's sufficient city data to come to a figure. So that's why everyone in the county every city in the county uses the county.
It's published annually, so.
Okay. And you said that it was based off the CCI, the cost of construction index, as far as what the annual adjustment rate is?
Correct.
So if we're at $15 this year, what was, just to give me an idea, it doesn't need to be total? Is CCI go up 10% this year? So next year it would be 1650?
This year was significant because of the inflation,
Aha.
but typically it's around 2%.
2%. Okay. And that's kind of what I was wondering is what it switches to, because with Oceanside doing the graduated scale of changing their fees, it seems like it's counterproductive if we're going to be changing it with inflation unless we just...
Just to clarify, though, Oceanside's fees were recommended at
really high, yeah, over 30. Yeah,
so
I saw
they
that.
started at a lower number and are gradually increasing. We're starting right at the average, and we're
Good.
increasing a small amount every year based on CCI.
Perfect. All right. Well, you have definitely done a ton of research on this. I feel like I have learned a lot. And know that when we talk about just for the general public, like $15,000, if they're building 20 unit, you multiply 15,000 by 20 units, the city gets that money to build an affordable unit for somebody in the event it's in lieu. So it's not like it's just one $15,000 check. So I would obviously prefer that every new housing development says, hey, come to Vista because we provide this for home buyers, affordable home buyer communities. I like it. So with that amendment, just changing your motion to an actual $16 per square foot, would you accept the change?
I accept that, yes.
I think I'm ready for the vote after I hear from my amazing council member, Mr. Dan O'Donnell. Thank you so much for answering my questions, Mr. Conley.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. I should have went before the guy that sells houses for a living because a lot of my questions have been answered. So, but I want to thank Kelly from the BIA for being here. I do want to also thank every member of our community that is here tonight to speak on this. The argument that it only helps a few, I will tell you there are a lot more than a few people in this room who need the help. And if we can help the individuals in here and everybody in our communities across this city, we see how much it means to you. It means a lot to all of us up here, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that we do that. With that being said, the only other question I had, so the 9%, I know that Councilmember Green brought it up, but that question comes up often, why is it only 9%? So can you explain a little bit about what concessions the city has to give up if we go over the 9% threshold?
Certainly. At 10% low income, so if we were to increase it by 1%, a project qualifies for the state density bonus law. Under density bonus law, they have the ability to request concessions, which are automatic waivers of our development standards, or waivers of the development standard if they can't make the density work that they're allowed to get to. The density bonus law allows a project developer to go up to 50% above what density is otherwise allowed, so it can be a significant increase. And in so doing, they can waive things like setbacks, parking requirements, landscaping requirements, other development standards that would hamper their ability to reach that maximum density. So developers that choose to go that route and want to provide those affordable units on site, that's acceptable to waive those requirements to allow them to provide some affordable units. But if we did that automatically, then every project in the city would fall under those requirements and they would be able to waive our normal development standards. So it would give the planning department very little ability to regulate new multifamily projects.
Okay, thank you. And then, so we're talking about the square footage fee of $16, right? And so I know cities like Del Mar, it's $32. Oceanside, we see, just did $20. Has there been a lack of growth within those cities that have higher square foot fees, to your knowledge?
No. Those cities' fees are simply based on the type or the amount of affordable units and at what level they want to provide them at. So the fee will fluctuate based on what percentage you want to provide and at what level they're provided at.
So developers, if there's a piece of land to develop, are still developing it?
Absolutely.
That's good. That's their job. Aside from that, I think that's all I have. I just want to say that it is important to me. In the last year or two, I've had an opportunity to talk to a lot of residents here in Vista. Some that make very little, some that make up to $90,000 a year. I talked to a gentleman whose family moved home that live in Shadow Ridge. His son makes $90,000 a year, cannot afford to find a one-bedroom here, and if he can find one, he can't afford to spend $3,000 a month of his income to live there. Him and his friends are considering moving out of the state just so they can find an affordable place to live. That is a luxury that he has. It is not a luxury that everybody has. But I will also say that we do not want to lose our residents because we price them out of being able to live in our communities. These are your communities, as Councilmember Contreras mentioned. This is your place. What we do up here is not for us. It is for you. And so when you come here and share your thoughts, your ideas, what's important to you, it does make a difference. And so I just want to thank you all again for coming out tonight. I would also support the square foot, and I'll give the mic back.
Thank you, council member. Does everyone have access to translation services that needs them? Is there anybody that doesn't have a headset that needs one? We've got a couple of requests in the back if we have any extra headsets. We've got staff that could bring those forward. I'm going to apologize for my poor Spanish. Primero quiero agradecer a todos por estar aquí esta noche. Esta idea es atractiva porque beneficiará a algunos. Sin embargo, en mi corazón, realmente no creo que la vivienda inclusiva reduzca el costo de la vivienda para la mayor cantidad de familias de bajos ingresos en la ciudad de Vista. Se ha demostrado que estas pólizas reducen el desarrollo de nuevas viviendas y por lo tanto aumentar los costos de vivienda para muchas más familias que las pocas que se beneficiarían. Por eso no puedo en buena conciencia votar de este programa. I have supported many low-income housing programs, but I cannot support the inclusionary housing policy. To believe that such an extraordinary addition of costs to housing will not affect prices that families pay requires an absolute suspension of logic that I cannot achieve. Housing costs are absolutely set by the market rate. We've all agreed to that concept. Builders will charge the maximum amount that they are able to charge that renters are willing to pay. There's no question about that. However, when the cost to build new housing rises, builders will wait for prices to increase, and supply will reduce, and costs will increase. The net result is a higher housing cost for everyone in a given market. These policies are proven to create higher housing costs. In my heart, I believe that. What is most troubling about the way this policy is designed is that it is a regressive tax paid by the poorest in our community, and it increases cost for all low-income families, while only a few will benefit. So, because of those reasons, and those are my true beliefs, as a homeowner, this will not increase the price of my housing. I have no personal stake in it. My only stake is for your benefit. My only desire is to see a truly greater ability for your families to be able to afford quality housing. Government needs to seriously examine the barriers that it has installed that have driven up the cost of new housing starts. And we need to get out of the way and allow for the creation of the one thing that will truly reduce costs for the majority of home buyers and renters, which is an increased supply of housing. So I do agree, and I would love to have a conversation, and I think we've all said that we want to look at minimum housing sizes. I believe there are new and innovative concepts where we can find agreement, where we can build cost-effective housing that's high quality. I've certainly in my lifetime lived in very small housing units, and we don't all need giant spaces to live in. We just want safe, clean, affordable places. So I look forward to future opportunities to work with this council. Unfortunately, in my heart of hearts, I do not believe that this is the right way forward, so I won't be supporting it. But with that, if there are no other comments, we've got a motion and a second. We'll ask, call the roll.
If I can clarify for the record, the resolution that is before you this evening, Section 2C, would be modified to state the city's inclusionary housing in lieu fee is hereby established as $16 per square foot of market rate residential unit floor area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please cast your votes. And we're going to take a 5-minute recess after this item is concluded to stretch our legs and give those that want to leave the chance to do so. Okay, that item passes 4-1, and we'll take a 5-minute recess. We'll be right back.
Do you need me to announce? Okay. Oh, do you want me to do it? Oh, no, I got it. Oh, ¿quiere que anuncie? Sí, estaban aquí. Ok, un anuncio, por favor, si estaban aquí para este artículo, ya se pueden ir, no se tienen que quedar para el resto del council meeting, al menos que quieran, están bienvenidos, ok? Que pasen buenas noches.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask you to go ahead and take a seat, and we're going to reconvene our meeting momentarily. I still haven't used the gavel yet.
So you have one for PH2.
Okay.
And then we have D1, D2, and your comments.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know.
I think she did them both.
It says that.
Yeah, here's. I'm just gonna get the table.
Moving on to public hearing item number 1. Now, John Conley. 2. Public hearing item number 2. John Conley on the stage.
If you would, please remove your conversations to the lobby.
So you are just this page, and I'm just this page. But
Okay.
I'm gonna go through and read.
I lost Katie
and see
Melendez.
what
Okay.
we may need to add.
Katie Melendez. I'm really hungry. The 2 tacos I got. It's a good thing we ate those 2 tacos. Hey, you know, because the sushi we ate, bro. I was so hungry.
Sure. If there is anyone in the chamber that would like to request translation services, would you please raise your hand? Otherwise, we're going to allow our translator to go home for the evening. Seeing no requests for translation services, we're going to send our translator home. Thank you. Mr. Yes, good job.
Thank you, Richard. Great job.
Richard, hey, Richard, before you leave, how did I do with my remarks? Could you understand what I was saying? Oh, good. Good. All right. I'll take okay. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Okay, we are reconvened, and we will move now to item PH2, our second public hearing regarding amendments to the Vista Business Park Specific Plan. The public hearing is now open. Community Development Director John Connolly will introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is an amendment to the specific plan that governs the business park. Consistent with policies in the general plan, staff typically reviews zoning requirements and recommends adjustments for purposes of clarification, changing market conditions, or for general economic development. With that, staff's recommending amendments to the Vista Business Park Specific Plan Area B, which is the Research, Light, Industrial, and Business Support Group to promote economic development opportunities within the business park area. Specific amendments are proposed to address the land uses permitted with a special use permit, the land uses that are considered ancillary or secondary to permitted primary uses, and temporary special events for tasting rooms within this area. Area B covers the majority of the business park and is primarily zoned for light industrial uses. The map that's up shows the business park specific plan area that's encircled by red. Area B is the white that's within that red boundary, generally south of Sycamore, east of South Melrose, north of Palomar Airport Road, and west of Poinsettia Avenue. So the amendments that are proposed specifically are to add a hotel category to the list of special uses, which would permit hotels within the business park area with a special use permit. To modify the retail sales category under secondary uses to permit up to 25% of the tenant floor space for retail sales with no square footage limitations, currently limited to 20% or 5,000 square feet. And finally, to establish a new category for temporary use permits. Temporary use permits are used to permit outdoor events on private property. They're currently limited to 4 per year. There are 2 types of temporary use permits, administrative and a zoning administrator hearing. The administrative permits are for small private events. Zoning administrator hearings are for large things like circuses or carnivals where there's going to be large assemblies. The proposal is to add a new category for temporary use permits within Area B to allow approved brewery and winery tasting rooms to hold outdoor special events within the business park area under the following conditions. Up to 12 outdoor events would be permitted per calendar year on each property. Administrative temporary use permit applications would be required at least 2 weeks ahead of any of the events. The state ABC would require approval of each event. The locations would have to be at least 1,000 feet from any residential property, which, for note, all of the existing brewery tasting rooms are more than 1,000 feet from residential. Amplified music would be permissible at these events, and existing tenants on the same property would have to be notified. As far as the changes that are recommended, for special uses, there are a number of vacant parcels, very few, but there are still a few left within the business park area. There are some hoteliers that are looking for sites within the business park area, so this change is simply an opportunity to invite them into the city. It would still provide the council the ability to discretionarily review these projects and approve or deny them, and there are specific findings that have to be made, so we would still have complete control over where any hotel would go. With the retail change, it's simply to accommodate some of the retail manufacturers within the park that have reached out to our economic development group and asked for more retail capabilities. And with regard to the temporary use permit provisions, this was a request that came from the Vista Brewers Guild through Deputy Mayor Contreras. Specific plan amendments require a formal recommendation from the Planning Commission in accordance with the Government Code. The Commission reviewed this request in December and unanimously recommended approval of the staff recommendation. And with that, staff recommendation is to adopt an ordinance amending Area B of the Vista Business Park specific plan related to land use and zoning standards. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have public comment from Rachel Bell this evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. What an interesting meeting tonight. I think it's the first time I've heard multiple members of the council speak in Spanish, so that was super cool. So thank you for that, and it was a very inclusive meeting, and I really appreciated that. I'm here tonight again to speak on page 2, the amendments to the Vista Business Park. I'm the CEO of the Vista Chamber of Commerce, and the Chamber is in support of all of the recommendations. I did have a couple of quick comments. The first is regarding the tasting rooms. Obviously, the more events means more foot traffic and more business for our breweries and wineries. I wondered if that provision also applies to our distilleries. We do have a couple in the business park, and if they're included in that provision, especially since we may have more in the future. And then secondly, regarding the hotel uses that would require a special use permit, I'd just like to state that we at the Chamber, we really believe we need a hotel with some conference space. We don't currently have any hotels where we could have an event of 300 plus people. We have a number of nonprofit organizations that all host galas, all at the Westin in Carlsbad, and it would be great to host those here in Vista. So just a little side note on that. But overall, great work to staff, and thank you to everybody for these ideas. We absolutely support them. Thank you.
Maybe you
Yes,
could
in
address
answer to
that.
her question,
Yes.
any of the tasting rooms, whether it be brewery, winery, or distillery, would qualify.
Excellent, thank you. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I want to thank my coworkers on staff and Mr. Connolly for quickly getting together and hearing some of the recommendations that the Vista Brewers Guild provided when I sat down with them. And I really want to thank the Brewers Guild for having an open line of communication. I really believe in having a diverse portfolio for really strong economic resilience in our city. And, you know, the business park is such a unique area. And what we have seen with our breweries, distilleries, and tasting rooms is that once work is over, that doesn't mean that the foot traffic is over. So we've been able to give life to the business park. And that's incredibly important because we're only like 19 square miles, you know, of a city. So there's only so many places to have fun in Vista. And we want to ensure that we have a really thriving ecosystem, right? It's like a little coral reef, right? So we want to make sure that we are making it easier for businesses to be resilient here in Vista, because we all know that you can't have a successful business off of 2 good nights a week. We need to be able to have more entertainment And, we have a lot of breweries here in Vista, and they can each offer a unique experience. And I know when I go to different places, I have a favorite beer here, a favorite beer there. I might get to, go see a live performance, and it brings me to a new brewery or a new place in Vista. And, that experience is something that we just want to make more open and multiply that experience to other people, whether they live here in Vista or they're coming from neighboring cities or wherever. They might be, on vacation. If we had a hotel, it'd be great. People could stay and have like brewery tours and, then go to Legoland, not too far, or whatever the case might be. So I just want to say that I'm really appreciative of the public having discussions and bringing comments, concerns, questions directly to representatives, and just know that I'm always here available. I will find a way to have that discussion with you. We'll put it on the schedule, and I know that this is just the beginning because the list of recommendations from the Brewers Guild is a lot longer than what we're doing here tonight. So, and again, I really want to thank staff, my coworkers on staff. I know, our city clerk, Kathy Valdez was there. John Connolly was there. We had a great roundtable, and I know it's not easy to get so many opinions from one person. I know it can be really opinionated and push really hard for certain things. But by having this type of roundtable discussion, we were really able to take a look and say, hey, you know what, is it good to have, a $1,500 fee structure for 4 events? Maybe not, right? What is it that we could do to make it more viable for our businesses to have live entertainment in the business park? And I think that this is the beginning of reimagining what the possibilities for fun and entertainment are here in Vista. So I am just super happy with all the amendments to the Vista Business Park specific plan. So are we also looking for a motion on this public hearing? Because I move to accept staff's recommendations, and I look forward to many more roundtables with community stakeholders, with the Vista Brewers Guild, and being able to have internal roundtables with my coworkers on staff as well. So that's all I have to say. I look forward, though, to more entertainment, and we got to let people have fun. I know we had someone came and gave a comment. And he no longer lives in the city, and he told us, if you want people to have fun, you have to let them have fun, right? And so this is going to provide us with the opportunity to do that while still letting everybody who needs to know that there's going to be a fun event, right? Fire department's going to know, our sheriff's department's going to know, just to make sure that everything's safe. Yeah, so it's a really good step in the right direction. Thanks.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And a couple questions that I have for you, Mr. Conley, is so they were at 4 TUPs per year before. It sounds like it was a $1,500 fee. Now that we're going to allow them to have 12 events per year, was the fee increased or did the fee stay the same?
No, the temporary use permit fee for an administrative review is about $140 per event.
Okay, so it's a lot better than it was before. Okay, awesome. And then the 12 per year limit, was that, mind you, I don't own a brewery or a tasting room. I don't know how many they want to have. Is it like just a once a month thing, I'm assuming, was the agreement between the...
It's 12 per year, so they can split it up however they'd like, but that's...
And that was an adequate number? Because, I mean, I like to have fun like more than once a month personally.
That was the number that the staff is recommending, just to sort of see how this goes. And If we don't have any problems as we expect, we could increase it.
Okay. And if they use up their first 12 right away and want to come back to staff or the city or something like that, you would make us aware if they got.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying. I just want to make sure they're beginning. And I know it was for the distilleries and tasting rooms. Have any of our cannabis businesses asked for temporary use permits for any type of events in there?
We have been asked, but they typically can't hold those events outside because they can't.
I know no on-site consumption, but they could have like an event where there is no.
So when we get to the bottom of what they want to do, they generally
Gotcha.
don't want to do it.
That's what they want to do. Okay, so they just don't comply with our laws per se. Yeah, law's a big deal. Okay, let's see. No, I think that's fantastic. I love the idea of a hotel that we can have in Vista where we can have all of our huge events. So I love changing the code, but even more so when they come to put the hotel in, I want to make sure my planning commission who maybe listens or my council make sure that we have some type of, say over the aesthetics of that building, because we do have 3 new hotels and none of them can do what we need them to do from a business standpoint. So I've been going to the Heroes of Vista thing since it started in 2012 or something like that. And it started right here in our Morris Vance room, and we outgrew that within a couple years. And as you know now, we're, huge. So love the idea of that. One amendment to your motion is, can we add closing the public hearing?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Perfect. Then I second the motion to close the public hearing and adopt ordinance number 2023, which is staff's recommendation. And I look forward to hearing from my amazing council members.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. One, I will just say I am super excited about a hotel prospect in that area. I know it is desperately needed, especially one that can accommodate larger events. I'm a proud member of the Boys and Girls Club. When they host their gala, it's always in Carlsbad. So I would love to see that in their own backyard where they can do it in Vista. So something like that would be amazing. The only questions I had, because I had talked to people before the Brewers Guild had actually gotten back together, so I'm really glad to hear that they are functioning and the band is back. One of the concerns that was brought before, and I don't know if you can answer this or if you know, but are there any specific restrictions on food trucks in parking lots adjacent or right outside the brewery in the business park?
Not in the business park.
Okay.
We have restrictions elsewhere in the city, but in the business park, they have an extensive time that they can use a food truck in front of their business.
Okay, so in front or even if it's in parking spots?
On site.
Okay, because somebody had said that they weren't able to, and I thought that was kind of strange, but I'm glad to hear that's not the case. Aside from that, I think it is extremely beneficial. Has there been any other attempts to develop this space in the business park prior to the hotel?
There have been some other attempts, but none of them have gone through the complete process.
Okay. I think that's it. That's all I had. That's concise.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. I love this idea that we're going to have more opportunities for entertainment, and looking forward to seeing more planning for a hotel with conference center space. That will be awesome for all the organizations that, not just Vista organizations, but other organizations outside of Vista can utilize it as well. And one of the main benefits, in my opinion, to having more opportunities for entertainment is more opportunities for artists. Different performers and artists of all types are going to be able to showcase their skills at different events. So there's just an endless imagination, endless possibility of what these events could look like. And we really can just create the infrastructure for it to happen safely, and then let the community run with it and have some delicious brews and food and hear some amazing music and artistry. And I really look forward to it. I'm glad it's coming before us. Support 100%.
All right, I agree with everything that's been said on this item. It's good work on the staff's part, and we look forward to see what comes of it. So with that, seeing no other discussion, please. That item passes unanimously. And that'll bring us to the first of 2 discussion items this evening. D1 is a preliminary review of a proposed annexation a general plan amendment and zone change at 2383, 2385, and 2387 Foothill Drive and 370 Sunrise Circle. Community Development Director John Connolly will introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. We bring all of the proposed annexation, general plan amendment, or zone changes before the council for discussion. This was recently submitted by the True Life Companies, who's here this evening. It's known as the Foothill Palomar Proposal. The project site is shown here on the slide. It's approximately 13 acres, consists of 5 parcels located directly south of the Rancho Minerva Middle School off of Foothill Drive. Includes properties addresses 2383, 2385, and 2387 Foothill, as well as 370 Sunrise Circle. It should be noted that the parcel that's addressed as Sunrise Circle does not take access from Sunrise Circle currently, but that's the address it was granted because it has access to Sunrise Circle. The project is fully accessed from Foothill. The property is partially developed with 2 single-family homes and a mix of agricultural uses currently. The applicant, the True Life Companies, has submitted an application for annexation, a general plan amendment, zone change, and tentative subdivision map to develop the site with 24 single-family homes served by a private street from Foothill Drive. It also includes a planned residential development, which would cluster the lots away from Foothill Drive and provide some open space along the street, as well as preserve an adjacent natural drainage course. This is an overview of the property zoomed in to show the county parcels that would be annexed. So the yellow dashed line is the city boundary. The red solid line is the project site boundary. You can see a portion of the site is within the city, 3 of the 5 parcels, and there are 2 parcels on the east side of the project and the south side that are within the county. Those properties would be annexed into the city as part of this application. So the project would require, as I mentioned, annexation of 2 parcels, approximately 4 acres from the county to the city of Vista, a general plan amendment to change the land use designation on the 2 annexed parcels from rural residential, which is 1 dwelling unit per acre, to low density residential, which is 2 dwelling units per acre, and a zone change to establish the estate zone, which is half-acre minimum lot size, on the 2 parcels that are annexed from the county following the annexation. This slide shows the proposed general plan amendment on the left. The existing general plan is at the top, showing the majority of the site as low-density residential and the county parcels as rural residential. And with the general plan amendment, the entire property would be designated low density. On the right is the proposed zone change. Again, the main part of the property within the city is zoned estate residential. The county parcels are unzoned since they're not in the city. The zoning on the bottom shows what's proposed, which would bring the parcels into the city and zone the entire site estate residential. This is a layout that's been submitted by the applicant that shows a general proposal for their site. Private drive access from Foothill Drive, south of the middle school. 24 homes on lots that range from about 12 to 18,000 square feet roughly, and access through the site for some existing easements. I'm not going to get into too much detail because the applicant has their own presentation here.
You said 12 to 18,000, you meant 12 to 1,800, right?
So, no, I'm sorry, lot size.
Oh, lot size. Thank you.
This is an elevation of the homes that are proposed, as well as the floor plans for the 3 home styles that are proposed. These could be modified, but at present, the one on the left is Plan 1. It would be a 4-bed, 3.5 bath, approximately 3,467 square feet. The middle home would be a 2-story home, 4-bed, 4.5 bath, 3,689 square feet. And the plan on the right is Plan 2, single-story, 4-bed, 4.5 bath at 3,554 square feet. As you know, annexations, general plan amendments, and zone changes are legislative changes that are completely at the discretion of the City Council, with a formal recommendation required from the Planning Commission. We bring all of these requests before the Council to discuss them with the applicant before a formal application is ensued. And so that's what we're here for this evening, is to provide an opportunity for the public to address the Council and the developer, and for the Council to provide some feedback to staff and the developer on the application. And that completes my staff presentation. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, and we've got a number of public speakers. We'll start with
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, the developer has
The
a
applicant
presentation.
has their own presentation as well.
Please come forward.
Oh, great, thank you. Middle button, got it. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Brent Little, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the True Life Companies. And you'll recall we were last before this body for our Melrose and Mattawal project towards the end of summer last year, I believe. And we're still continuing to work on that project and collaborating with staff on it, and hope to be back in front of you in a reasonable amount of time after, of course, Planning Commission. But tonight we have our Palomar project, and we have a short presentation for you, and then we're here to answer any questions. We have our design team here with us as well, and of course, get your feedback. First, I wanted to thank Mr. Conley and all his staff for all the help and collaboration, not only on this project, but Melrose and the couple other projects we have in the community today as well. I'll try not to be too redundant. We do have some of the same slides, but as you can see here, I think you know where the project is. It's just below the Rancho Minerva School. And here's an outline of the property. And you can see it's about the same depth as the school and has quite a bit of frontage on Foothill. And similar to Mr. Conley's slide, we have the general plan with the red, which is the county properties on the left, and then the zoning on the right. And what were the reason for the both the general plan amendment and the zone change is we looked at utilizing the PRD with the E1, and the E1 to be consistent with what's already out there, as well as the low density. The PRD, of course, allows us to achieve the same density as a by right development would, except with clustering. And just for some perspective, some of the other uses around there, they're, as you folks know, they're all predominantly residential and mostly lower density. So just before the holidays, we conducted some outreach similar to how we did on the Melrose project as well. We sent 130 invitations to a 1,000-foot radius, so much larger than we would ordinarily do for a public hearing. But we wanted to cast as wide a net as possible, and we had a number of residents come out, and I certainly can't speak on their behalf, but I'll tell you what we heard them say, and I'm sure we'll hear some of their comments tonight as well. But what we heard from them was there's a lot of drainage issues out there, and that both coming from the property and in the area off-site that we don't really have any control over, but we're going to work with the community and see what we can do. So we've reached out to a number of the neighbors to go out and have our surveyors survey some of the other off-site properties to understand better what's happening with the drainage. And we are fortunate that we know some of the neighbors in that area, and they shared with us some videos during some storm events to really underscore the need for some drainage solutions out there, and we think we have them. Like a lot of urbanized areas, there's always traffic concerns, and so we did hear that what's the traffic going to be like on Foothill with this project, and of course we haven't done the studies yet with our traffic engineer. We have our traffic engineer on board, but as you're probably aware, the city's process is we submit, and then our traffic engineer works with the city traffic engineer to come up with the road segments and intersections and everything to be studied. So we're in that process right now. Then one of the other issues that we heard was there's a lot of traffic related to the school, and a lot of the parents or people visiting the school use part of the property as a drop-off, and there's a lot of dust that's kicked up from that, and that fugitive dust migrates to some of the neighbors, and that's an issue. And then one of the other things we heard was, generally speaking, there's some trash and debris in those drainage courses that are along the property, and so we were asked what we could do to clean that up and make the frontage of the property look better. So of course that's something that we're going to work on. And I won't dwell on this. We have a number of reasons why we think we're consistent with the general plan. Promoting a range of housing types is from the land use element, and encouraging and implementing efficient design and construction. And we're certainly doing that with low E squared windows and insulation and all the new solar and solar charging requirements. So getting back to the PRD and the project benefit, and, again, we looked at it and we said, okay, here's how a by right development would look, and what do we get if we did something similar to that, but clustering using the PRD. And so what we came up with was an increased setback along Foothill. The annexation would be consistent with the sphere of influence. It helped clean up the site. And then we can do those drainage improvements, both on-site and off-site. And the on-site drainage improvements are preventing drainage from coming off of the property onto neighbors' property, which is quite significant at times. And then one of the big community benefits, and really one of the reasons for the clustering, is to try and address some of the parking, traffic, and other issues with the Rancho Minerva Middle School. And so we looked at coming up with we called it a staging area. And I'll put the landscape plan on in a minute. You can see it's a way for us to get people off the street and into a parking area so that they have access to the school. And then we can control that fugitive dust and lastly, really enhance the visual aesthetics of the site. So in terms of the land plan, what we're trying to design here is a project that has gated entry. Up in the upper right-hand corner of the plan, you can see that drop-off area, and it looks kind of like a parking area, but we'll have some sort of paving, all-weather access to prevent that fugitive dust from coming off the site. And just on the opposite side of that is the community garden. One of the other benefits is providing better access for the sewer system. The roads that go right through the middle of the project, kind of north-south, roughly follows where the sewer line currently is, but now that would be a paved road with a turnaround so that the manholes could be accessed. And one of the other things we're doing is we have multiple plan types and elevation types to help provide a variety in the architecture and add some interest to it. And here you can see a sample street scene. We have 2 one-story plans and these homes, and we did hear this also from the community. What's the fire considerations like? And so these homes are designed for a high fire area, which means the eaves are enclosed and windows are 1 hour rated, things like that. And again, the energy efficient construction, and this doesn't show the solar panels, but there will be solar panels. And these are larger lots. Our average lot size is roughly 17,000 square feet. And again, these are the types of models that we have. We have a Spanish Colonial, California Prairie, and Craftsman. And then we wanted to throw this in just to show you what the street view will look like of that drop-off area. You'll see we have some landscaping in front, and then behind that is roughly where that drop-off parking area staging area will be. And then behind that is where the community garden is. And to the left is the project entry. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Councilman Green.
Do we have any speakers on this
Yes,
item?
I apologize, we do. We'll start with public comment from, is it John and Lauren Bazan? Or John Lauren Bazan? Okay. We'll move on to Peter Adams, followed by Art Hausler.
Good evening. My name is Peter Adams. I reside on Sunrise Circle. I have lived there for 42 years. Before I support or oppose this proposal, I have some concerns and questions. One thing, I believe I live within 1,000 feet of the project, and we never got an invitation to the open house. Number one, will any access be allowed to Sunrise Circle, a private one-lane road, including and/or ordered by our local fire agency? From what I can see, there's only one way in and out of this project, and I don't think the fire department's gonna let that fly. Does this proposal comply with the state mandate to build affordable housing, which we heard about earlier? What are the impacts on our water supply and drainage? Traffic on Foothill is already impacted by the middle school. Will a traffic study be required? This area is still semi-rural. Increasing the density will only exacerbate urban sprawl. Why the need to increase density and impact our local lifestyle? Finally, will this project comply with all CEQA in regards to environmental and transportation impacts? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Art Hausler, followed by Guadalupe DeLucas.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, council members, and John Conley. Thank you for your email responses. I'm here to talk about more of a personal nature. My wife and I came from the East Coast. We looked all over the North Coast area to find a home that we wanted to invest in. When we came to Vista, we saw a very, very growing and enjoyable community. This building was not here when we bought our home. Rancho Minerva School was not here when we bought our home. Now, one of the things that really impressed us is when you're down in Old Town, San Diego, it talks about the Rudd agricultural farms that encompass from the Rudd Road over past Minerva School. The Sunrise Circle development was actually Avocado Heights. It was of an agricultural and a rural nature. And honestly, we looked at the inclusion of the school in our area, and that pushed out an agricultural area. There was a farm there, but the neighbors thought that the growth in this city was something that was needed for our students and children in the growing community. But to us, this project does not conform to our low density. If you look around at all the abutting neighbors, there are large lots all around that area. Nowhere in that area is a tract home development. And if you look at the front of the property that is closest to Foothill, that used to be a flowing creek that was stopped when they put the school in. So underground, if you look adjacent to the corner of Sunrise Drive and Foothill, there is still a runoff culvert that sits on a residential neighborhood. That was part of the watershed area that started on Veld Terrace and goes all the way to the falls and Oceanside. And now I can see why they don't want to use that property. That property, it was really a part of the watershed. But I also live within 1,000 feet of that property. I never received an invitation. I'm not crying over the lack of invitation because I have the opportunity to let you know that we just feel that it's a rural area We're losing a lot of acreage all over the city of Vista with the growth in homes, and I just don't feel that this is a project that fits into our rural nature that we enjoy over there.
Thank you, Mr. Hausler.
Thank you very much. Thank you, John.
Guadalupe De Lucas, followed by Carol Anderson.
Hello, City Council. It's been a very educational evening. It's very long, so I appreciate you guys listening to us here at this discussion. My name is Guadalupe De Lucas. My husband and I own a home bordering the proposed annexation. Quick comment, I did not receive the invitation, so I'm not sure what happened there. I think you guys focused on the front of Foothill and forgot about the back. We've lived here for over 20 years. I have been a resident of Vista for quite a lot of years. I attended Vista High School when it was only one high school here in Vista. So I've been here all my life. We wanted to stay in Vista, live in Vista, raise our family here. So we went ahead and looked all over, and we found Sunrise Circle Community. It's a wonderful place to live. It is low density. I don't oppose this annexation yet. I'm here to ask questions and have the City Council listen to our concerns and have an open discussion. You know, some of our discussions, of course, or concerns, Foothill is very unique, or not so unique, that there's a lot of bordering the county. You know, the borders are intersecting. One side is the city, the other side is county. So I do want to ask that any analysis of traffic also take in consideration the county side. I know that adds extra pressure to the city development team to coordinate with the county. But some of the big sticking points for the traffic is, of course, Foothill and Monte Vista Drive. If you come home in the evening, it is 30 cars deep before you make that right turn into Foothill. Adding 20 homes is just gonna add that traffic. So any traffic analysis needs to take into consideration not only the small portion that's assigned to the city of Vista, but really the rest of Foothill, which is assigned to the county. And that just adds additional complexity because you are annexing part of the county. You know, so it's a lot bigger issue than just that small portion in front of the development, because it is adding to overall development. So that's definitely a comment.
Thank you. That's the end of your time.
Oh,
Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Carol Anderson, followed by Kurt Schuster.
Hi, good evening. I flew all the way in here with my daughter, Tammy Wilkin, from Iowa. Davenport, Iowa is where I live now. However, I did live in Vista for nearly 20 years. I moved here in 1983. My grandmother lived here before that for several years, and my parents moved here in 1984. My parents, who are now deceased, the trust that the project is owned by the trust of my parents. It's the Anderson Declaration of Trust dated April 18, 2018, and it does consist of the 13 acres, and the address is already stated. I am a vested beneficiary of that trust. As such, I am asking the City Vista Council to please put a stop to this proposed subdivision. I have a great many reasons, and I am adamantly opposed to this subdivision. Some of those reasons, there are very large financial disparities. There is an extreme lack of transparency. Let me say this, I cannot fault the TLC. This is having to do with the trust. I filed in November of 2020 a petition to remove the current trustee. That court date is in Los Angeles, and it is on January 20th. My attorneys tell me that while it is extremely difficult to remove a trustee, my case is also extremely strong.
I'm sorry, Ms. Anderson, that's your time.
Okay,
I apologize.
thank you.
Next speaker is Kurt Schuster. And then we'll have Carrie Snodgrass.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing my voice tonight. Bless your heart for coming from Iowa.
Yes.
We're all in opposition of this project. It just doesn't fit for our neighborhood. Rancho Minerva Valley is a special place. We have all gravitated there for specific reasons, obviously for space, peace, tranquility. We have wildlife that nobody else in the city, or let alone anywhere in the county, has. We've got wild peacocks. Who's got wild peacocks walking around their streets? We do. Coyotes, foxes, raccoons, opossums. Last night, the frogs came out after the rain started. We have a healthy environmental place. I, too, never received an invitation. My property borders this proposed development. I live at 358 Sunrise Circle. It just is not a good fit. It's bad for the neighborhood. It's bad for the environment. It's safety concerns for the children at the school. We already have those issues. The infrastructure's not there to support this project, and nobody in this room wants it, except for the people in the front row. So please do not consider this project. Look the other way, tell them to go find some other place. This is our home. Think of the current existing residents in the community of Vista that moved here for a specific reason, and now you're gonna take that away with this project. So I implore you, please do not put this through. Thank you.
Thank you. And Carrie Snodgrass is our final public speaker. Is Carrie with us tonight? Okay, I don't see Carrie, so now we'll go to council members' comments. Councilman Joe Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, residents, for showing up, and Miss Anderson from flying all the way from Iowa just to see the five of us talk about this property. Greatly appreciated. I know that is very important to you, obviously, jumping on a plane. I would think, I apologize, I'm not allowed to interact with members of the council, but or members of the audience, but when I'm done, I would love to speak with you. I'll make some more time after this. This project is in my district. I live on Foothill Drive. I'm your neighbor. Hi, guys. Drive by all the time. I'm also familiar with that stop sign on Monte Vista and Foothill. We all need to keep emailing Jim Desmond's office to do something over there. I'd love a roundabout at Foothill and Monte Vista, you know, just keep the traffic flowing after hours. This particular project, I have some questions for you, Mr. Conley, before I ask questions of this developer. I heard the developer state that if they were to build it by right, there was things that they wouldn't have to do, but they weren't building by right. They were, you know, doing some other stuff. My question to you is, on this property right now, if they were able to complete their sale, what could they build by right now?
Half-acre lot, single-family residential.
Okay, so prior to us annexing any properties from the county into it, how many properties would they be able to fit on this lot without us doing without any council oversight?
So if they had to put a road into the site, it's probably somewhere around 15 units.
Okay, so if we don't do anything at all, barring a legal, you know, battle obviously with the trustee, according to them, they could put 15 houses here without even doing any concessions, correct?
Potentially, yeah.
So if they decided they want to put 15 houses, they could put them there without any concessions. I don't want to approve or deny this project either way right this particular second, because I do know that it's zoned for half-acre lots. I think that PRD cluster, what does PRD stand for?
Planned residential development.
And residential development. I don't know. Thank you guys for that. That PRD cluster allows them to put more units on smaller lots if it's approved by the council, but it still has to adhere to the maximum number on the over our parcel. Is that correct?
PRD has to comply with the general plan density, roughly,
Okay.
which is 2 units per acre.
Okay.
They can just cluster them and create smaller lots by preserving in certain areas of the site.
Gotcha. So this particular developer is asking for a proposed annexation, a general plan amendment, and a zone change. So 3 different things that they don't have right now.
Those are for the county parcels.
Okay, so we don't need to do any general plan amendments or zone changes for the current parcels.
For the sites that are in the city, no, we do not.
Okay, so all this is asking is, do you want to annex the other properties to allow the development to be bigger than it is?
And to do a PRD.
And to do the PRD?
Correct.
Okay, so without the PRD, maybe it's 15 units.
Correct.
With a PRD and this, it's 24 units.
Correct.
All right, so by right, they can do that. I had kids go to Rancho Minerva Middle School, 2 of them, actually. I was the PTA president of Rancho Minerva Middle School, so I'm very familiar with it. And I know my girl, Karina Contreras, has spent a lot of time with Miss Christina DeSantos, who is the principal over there of Rancho Minerva Middle School. This lot is a pickup and drop off illegally, basically, for, you know, kids in the area. You can't turn left out of the Rancho Minerva Middle School parking lot. So people go to this area so that they can turn left. There are safety concerns on Foothill Drive. I got my license when I was 16 years old in the city of Vista, and Foothill Drive was my favorite road. That in Warmlands, there used to be no stop signs on Warmlands, actually. It was pretty awesome. I'm glad that the council has made it safer for the community. As a 16-year-old kid, it was unsafe. You know, what this allows us to do as a council in the event it goes through is add overlays that can make a difference. Because if they build 15 units here by right, they don't have to put a pickup and drop off area. They don't have to put stop signs. They don't have to do a whole lot of the stuff that they would have to do if we allow the annexation. And I'm not even saying I want to allow the annexation. I just want to make sure that we understand why they're asking for the annexation. It's basically to increase the number of houses that they can build, but also, you know, come into the city, get on our sewer and things. So when developers are asking us for stuff, I always have to ask, what is the community benefit? So I took notes on the things of like, hey, this is what we don't like in this particular area and the concerns that we have. And those are real concerns. I mean, huge concerns. A lot of kids walk from Rancho Minerva Middle School all the way to the Beaumont area and this area over here where people live. So they walk right down Foothill Drive, they hang a right on Sunrise, then they walk down Sunrise, maybe they take Rudd Road down to Alta Vista, to Lexington, or they take Sunrise all the way across where it turns into Alta Vista, and it hits Crescent Drive here on Civic Center Drive. So Sunrise Drive is a walking path for kids. It's a very dangerous road, it's a county road. A lot of kids are taking that path right now with the dirt road. If you guys were to get the support of council, which I don't know if you would by any means, not only would I require a sidewalk be put on the side of the road in front of your development right there, but I believe that sidewalk needs to run all the way down to Sunrise Drive. And that may require you dealing with property owners. I don't know if that's right of way, it's county space, but from a traffic safety standpoint, I can't allow a development to go into this place without doing additional traffic safety measures, because right now kids aren't safe walking down that street. The Mickley family actually lives on the second house in, on Sunrise is my understanding, and their kids went there. And I watched them walk around that corner, and I watched cars fly down that road super fast. Our county supervisors have a lot of work to do in our county roads on all ends of our community, I would say. But before we put something in this, we have to be responsible, say, hey, if this is in the city, we need to make sure we get something out of this for these kids and for this community. So my number one overlay I would have is a sidewalk has to go all the way down to Sunrise. Kids have to be able to safely traverse from the school to that. The other question I have is how many cars can fit in your staging area here? Because what I don't want to have happen is you have a spot for 2 or 3 cars right here. And do you know probably, and I'm not saying it's your responsibility to park 20 cars, but you're going to create even more of a traffic problem by having a staging area there than by not having a staging area there. Because if you have 20 cars waiting to pick their kids up there, and I got a bunch of cars waiting to turn out of this parking lot that have waited in the parking lot for about 40 minutes to pick their kids up, and they want to turn right, but your people are blocking them from turning right or left in your staging area, that's more of a traffic problem than anything. Having this community gated, in my opinion, really is screwing up traffic, okay? So 2 things. Number 1, sidewalk. Number 2, staging area sounded great, probably not good. If you're right next to a school, people are probably gonna be parking in front of your house. I don't know if you're familiar with other schools, you know, high schools, middle schools, but people who live close to schools during school time have people parking in front of their house. Not on street sweeping day, because we can maintain the integrity of the community. But I feel like gating that off, and it looks like you even have a path for kids to walk through your community here. I don't know what this is. Developer, maybe you can tell me what this is. It's a path for people to walk through.
Sewer access.
It's what?
Sewer manhole access.
Okay, so this isn't any type of traverse. Fantastic. But like I say, if you have 20 cars, which that's minimum 20 cars, you guys live here, you probably see 30 to 40 parents picking up. I don't know how many kids go to Rancho Minerva, like 800 kids, a good amount of kids, but I would assume there's a lot of traffic there. So the gate would have to go because it's gonna be such a huge traffic backup with the staging area. Maybe that allows you to push it out further, but there has to be a sidewalk. We can't make more of a traffic hazard there. I appreciate you asking for, you know, council approval because it allows us to address this. If you build 15 houses without doing any of this, it's very bad for community safety. So the only reason I would say, hey, you can add more half-acre lots, which the property's already zoned for half-acre lots, is because of the community benefit that we get. And there has to be a community benefit. So the gate would have to go, the sidewalk would have to go, or go all the way to the end there. The other thing that Mr. Adams asked about was the fire exit. I know that we just have to have access for, like, if it's called a hammerhead or a cul-de-sac, for a fire truck to turn around and come out. The fire department would approve this layout, I would assume, from a safety standpoint.
So this has not been fully
Haven't even
reviewed
looked at
by
it.
fire.
Okay. And on a gated project, 2 entrances and exits for fire. So the gentleman that said, hey, there's no other way out, one way in, one way out, we'd have to figure out and make sure fire is okay with that. Again, okay. Let's see, Guadalupe De Lucas, Carol Anderson, 1 acre lots. The house that I live on, Foothill Drive, was built in the 70s. It's not a planned development like this. There are some planned developments in this area off of San Clemente, right around the corner at the stop sign, that are kind of back. For the record, every resident who's lived here since the 80s know that the city of Vista didn't approve the school just coming in. It was school end, and we were kind of surprised when it came in, but we're working around to create adequate infrastructure. We also have a safe routes to school plan that goes from Rancho Minerva Middle School all the way to Vale Terrace, which adds in sidewalks and speed mitigation, which we've been trying to get funded by our upper electeds. So we're trying to fix traffic over there and make it safer for kids. This is a safe routes for school concern right now because the school was put right in the middle of a farm town with inadequate infrastructure. So for me, my biggest concerns with this are safety. Obviously putting 15 half-acre homes or putting 24 half-acre homes in, it's gonna change the quality of life over there. My, benefit of this project is that I can dictate what type of benefits the city can get out of this project. So for me, Foothill is a very busy street. I drive up and down it several times a day. Kids walk on it, unsafe. So if you're actually gonna come to this community and say, hey, we're gonna have sidewalks, maybe lighting's gonna be a little bit better, I wouldn't recommend allowing a left-hand turn out of here, because if you can't turn left out of the elevated exit of Rancho Minerva, this is set, right next to it. I would say it's probably not safe either because you have that hill coming down from the county. Traffic study would be huge. So, you got an uphill battle in my opinion. I'm not gonna say no right off the bat, but I will tell you that there's a lot of stuff that you're gonna have to do in order to make this community accept this project with open arms. And as their neighbor who drives by their house every single day, I want them to accept it. Now, the legal battle that you may have with Mrs. Anderson has nothing to do with the city per se, and that's something that you will be fighting, which may kill the project altogether. So I just want you to know that from my standpoint, I'm not 100% against it by any means. I do think that if it's at a half-acre lot, there are a lot of half-acre properties in that area. There are a lot of developments within a half a mile of this, 3 that I know of. So it's not bad, but it has to be a good community benefit. And the way this is structured is more of a traffic safety issue, in my opinion, for the kids and community than a benefit. So there's little things we can do to fix it, and who knows, maybe you'll get through. Sorry to be so long-winded, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councilman Green, and thank you for pointing out that this is a preliminary design review, which is something that we implemented 6 or 7 years ago. And I'd just like to give my little spiel on this so that the community knows and our new council members know. Because we used to not have an opportunity for the public to hear about these projects until they'd gone through 18 months or 24 months of review and studies. And so we decided to put the horse back ahead of the cart and give the opportunity to the community to hear about these projects at the very earliest point of inception of the idea. And so it hasn't gone through all of those studies that will be required. And it is not necessarily a fully formed idea, but, and we're not looking for a vote tonight, and we're not going to approve the project tonight. The idea is simply to give the community an opportunity to come forward, be heard, and to give our council members the opportunity to share their thoughts on the project with the developers so that the developer might have an opportunity to fashion a project that might win the council's approval. So with that, we'll go next to Deputy Mayor Contreras.
All right. I have a question. Wasn't there a drain collapse near this property maybe like a year or two ago?
On Foothill Drive? At
Yeah.
the bottom of the ravine there, yeah, there
Right.
was a collapse. It was repaired by our Public Works crew.
Thank you to Public Works for all the hands-on love and care that they give to the city. I'm familiar with this road too. This is the side of Vista that I grew up. My family still has properties in your district, Councilmember Green, and I like to visit them. So I have a lot of concerns about this project. I'm guessing that the reason that we're seeing it is because maybe the 15 homes don't pencil out so well or something like that. I don't know. I will say I am opposed to this. There's a lot that there's like just too much consideration that we need to give to traffic, to sprawl, to the drainage issues, to the it not being safe for kids already. I mean, one of the things that I'm really happy about and proud about is I was able to get a bus for Rancho Minerva Middle School in less than a year of being the representative for North County Transit District for the city of Vista. But that hasn't eliminated all the problems. So, I do like some of the comments that you made, Councilmember Green, about having a little bit more control over the project, and I also agree that as nice as it might seem to have a staging area for the school, I don't think that that's actually a safe thing to do. I don't know if that area is being proposed as a staging area versus, having a home there, because maybe the soil's not suitable for a home. I'm not exactly sure the reasoning behind that. But I just don't see a lot of benefit that's going to come from this project. I think that it could be detrimental to the already extremely constrained road there. So, if you want to do the 15 units, it sounds like you can already do that, and you don't need to come over here. I'm guessing that the reason that you're here is because you either want to make a little bit more profit or the other one plan doesn't pencil out well. And, I commend you for trying to look for community benefit. I think it's a little odd to have, I'm actually like super for community gardens, but I feel that it's a little odd to have that here because these parcels are already so large. So I don't know who's going to be using the community garden. someone would probably, have to drive there. I don't know if it's going to be open to the public. It sounds like it's going to be behind the gated part, right? If I got that correct, is it in front of the gated part or part of the, okay. So, yeah, I think it's there's a lot of good concepts. I just don't think that this area is the right place to do it. Outside of that, I mean, I also am a little bit skeptical because a lot of times when we're like, oh, this is just a preliminary design review and, we're gonna make sure that we do X, Y, and Z. Until I get this small lot reform at the city level, I don't want to do any kind of changes because I'm skeptical that this might be 24 homes right now and then it comes back and there's a proposal to make it even more dense. So anyways, thank you for considering some of the community benefits. It's just a really hard area to build there because of so many existing issues. And the speeds are way too fast. People go way too fast in that area. So that's pretty much all from me. And I'm just wondering, is the bull still over there? There's like, poor bull. Well, rest in peace to the bull. I used to, always look for it as I was driving through, and I hadn't seen it in some time. So I was wondering if maybe he retired. So it sounds like the bull has been retired to greener pastures. Thank you, though, for everybody coming forward and listing your comments, concerns, and it's really important. As you've seen this meeting, we're at 9 o'clock. We're still not done, and we get to have a lot of great discussion. So I always plead to everybody, please don't, if this is your first time coming here, don't make it be your last, and bring a friend, because we talk about a lot of important things that directly affect you or indirectly affect you, and the more community participation we have, the better. So thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, and thank you to all the speakers. And this is an interesting project because I see the efforts being made to have community benefit. It would just be impossible for me to share my support for this project, especially at this time when a lot of the issues haven't been addressed. We haven't had any review of whether this is capable for our fire and first responders to move through. I understand the issues with traffic. I agree about not just the immediate vicinity, but the length of the road all the way down to Monte Vista is chaotic. And I'm not super familiar with the school and traffic issues, but I am a bit skeptical that a staging area would resolve that. And I would want to make sure that school administrators are included in that conversation, right? Because they might have a better idea of what a staging area could look like, or some sort of even additional kind of roundabout area. I don't know. They might have a different idea than we do or you do. And I think what definitely compels me to reconsider increasing density is going to be the ecological concerns. That is always something at the forefront of my decision making, especially in an area that is lower density already. And I grew up in the Boyna Creek area, and having that, different areas of open space, having ecological preservation in regards to the the wild peacocks and the coyotes and these different animals. And we remember the bull, of course, because he was at a farm nearby. But I think it's really important to recognize that there are not that many spaces like this left in the city of Vista. And it's not my district. So in my district, it's very dense. I have one of the smaller districts, and it's much more dense, and a lot of the development that can be produced by right is going to be denser development. So I don't have a ton to say when it comes to preserving the ecological space, but where I do want to preserve ecological space is where we have the opportunity yet that hasn't been paved and overdeveloped. So those would just be my concerns. I like the idea of a community garden. I think that anywhere we can plug one in, people have been asking for them. I just don't know how people would access it, or if it would be really accessible to people, even if they know that the public can go there. It's right next to this neighborhood. So do they really feel like they have ownership? And in a cooperative way, do people really believe that they can participate in a community garden there? So in addition to the infrastructure issues, I just would want to see more. And I also have concerns, right? Is this just, okay, 24 homes now and then 48 homes later? We've just kind of seen that over and over again, so I've lost a little bit of trust. And so I have my thoughtful skepticism whenever a project comes in front of me to make sure that we're being critical, we're being aware, we're listening to the residents, and we're ensuring that our concessions are followed through on. So those are my thoughts, and I appreciate everyone being here.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I want to thank you for the presentation. I can see the work that went into it. I'm going to share some of Councilmember Green's concerns, and that is this is a high-traffic area. People speed there all the time. A sidewalk would be something that I would have to get on board with, even some street lighting that might go with it to ensure that there is a safe pathway for our children to get to school. I'm also concerned that we have members of our community here who did not receive an invitation to have their input brought forward, especially for a project of even 24 homes in an area that is clearly agricultural. So I would want to get more community input before I can either decide to support or not support this project. I also was unaware that we had wild peacocks here in Vista, so thank you for that nugget of information. I am curious, did you look at a smaller version of this? I mean, I don't know what you can disclose and the reason you got to 24, but did you look at 15 or a smaller version previously?
I'm happy to address that and a couple others.
If you don't mind, I'd love to hear.
So thank you so much, and we really appreciate all the feedback. One of the things you might recall from the Melrose Madigual project is we did this process, and we had 20-something people come out and had some concerns about the project, and we went back and we had a meeting with the residents, and I can't explain why people didn't get it. The community meeting for this project that we had about 14, 16 people show up. So I know some people got it. I don't know why everybody can't. There's no incentive for us not to share it with these people, because if we could have talked with them before and addressed some of these questions, they may or may not have already been here. So we absolutely enjoy having community feedback and interaction and collaboration. But to answer your question, so how we looked at this is we looked at it and said there's two ways we can go. We can either do a by right project, which is roughly, it's closer to 18 units in the city. And then we would have to process the rest of the project, the other 6 units, in the county. And so we looked at it and said, we can do by right and do that, or we got to do 2 processes. And for anybody that has had to process projects through the county, it can be a laborious process for 6 homes. And so we said, you know what? We talked with a few people in the community. We know that we're not going to please everybody. And we understand that this is a beautiful area. It's the large reason why we want to be there, is it is a pretty area. And it's a desirable area. And at the same time, we understand that change is tough. And it's tough when you're accustomed to having that more of a rural lifestyle to see that encroachment come in. But, we're trying to follow the letter of the law. Here's what it is. So getting back to your question, that was our analysis. As we said, let's look at it by right. We think there's a better way to go. And that better way is working with the community and coming up with a better plan that has benefits. Whether that drop-off zone, you're absolutely right about reaching out to the school. And I'm not sure if we've done that. We did, okay. I'm not sure what the results of that discussion were, but we did, and they should have a seat at the table as well. We thought from what we heard that drop-off would be a benefit. But I will tell you this, we did also hear from residents in the community. They liked the prospect that there wouldn't be the fugitive dust, but not all of them, candidly, were crazy about having the drop-off there. But there's also some issues with some of the neighbors and the school, which, we're not a part of that. One other comment I wanted to make, you brought up the sidewalk. That absolutely is something we'll take a look at. We're very sensitive to the safe pathways to school. Totally understand that. We'll look at it. One of the concerns that we did hear, because we articulated that might be something that the community might like to see, and the residents that were at that meeting, the 14 to 16 people, they had some concerns about us putting a sidewalk there. And they felt like, okay, even though it's part of the city right away, they're using that, they're going to lose some of that. So it's a balancing act, and we're trying to serve as many masters as we can and come up with the best project, which has the most benefits for the community. So we're totally on board with that.
Thank you very much. Councilman O'Donnell?
Yeah, I would just say to that, I appreciate not wanting a sidewalk because it is a historically agricultural area, but with the school right there, I mean, I don't care.
Yeah.
To be very frank,
Got
children's safety outweighs to me everything else. So
totally understand.
But that's not we'll come back to that.
Yeah, for sure. If I could also add one thing about the fire, because there was a lot of discussion about the fire. We actually did share the plan with fire, and they said that design is acceptable. Part of that discussion we had, and we went back and forth with them quite a bit about it, and that's what resulted in the high fire zone design of the buildings. Is they said, okay, you give us a cul-de-sac at the back of the project. Those two, that cut-through connection that's for sewer can also be used as a hammerhead turnaround. But what fire really said is, okay, meet the high fire district building standards, which this isn't a high fire zone, but meet those standards because of that, and we'll be okay with it.
We understand the fire department has not had a chance to review this. That's what we do. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure.
That's what we do with our early design review.
One last question.
One more question.
Sorry, one last question, and just yes or no. You don't have to go into depth. Were you aware of the pending litigation prior to this evening?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. It sounds like you are on the bubble here and need to do some more work with the neighbors as well as the council. So I would encourage you to sit down, maybe come in and meet with the members of the council, and we'll supply you, if the residents are willing, we connect you with them and give you an opportunity to hear them out and address some of their concerns. So it sounds like, from my perspective, I'd encourage you to continue to work to address some of these issues and move forward. So with that, with seeing no more remarks on this item, we're going to move to D2. Our last item is another preliminary review. Again, this is our first opportunity to hear about a concept before it goes through the process. This is a preliminary review of a proposed zone change at La Tortuga Drive, APN 166-15091. John Connolly, our development director, will introduce this item as well.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a project site off of La Tortuga Drive, directly south of Hacienda, as shown in the slide here. It's directly across from the jail facility off of La Tortuga. The project site's approximately 3 acres. It's one legal portion and a parcel of an adjacent parcel, currently vacant and undeveloped, primarily a hillside that extends to the northeast and takes access from La Tortuga Drive. The applicant, in this case, Hacienda Land Development LLP, submitted an application for zone change and special use permit, site development plan to develop a site with a self-storage facility. It would be a proposed 4-story structure with a maximum height of approximately 50 feet from grade. Off-street parking with 32 spaces and landscape slopes and vehicular access from La Tortuga Drive. The proposed project would require a zone change to modify the zoning designation from C1 to C2, which would allow a self-storage facility with a use permit and exceedance of the 35-foot height limit within the C2 zone, and a site development plan for development of the property. The proposed zone change is shown here visually, would change the site zoning from commercial C1 to commercial C2, again, which would allow the self-storage facility to be developed. This is a preliminary site plan that was provided by the applicant to show the general layout of the self-storage facility. Would be a split pad with the portion of the pad on the right side or the north side of the drawing would be at a lower elevation to conform to the slopes, and the other half of the pad on the left side would be at about 10-foot higher elevation. So the building would be about a 3-story building from the south side and a 4-story building from the north side. These are architectural elevations of the proposed structure that was submitted. These are in your packet as well, showing all 4 sides of the proposed building as designed. Same repeat as last time. Zone changes at the discretion of the council. Requires a formal recommendation from the Planning Commission. Staff brings all these requests before the council for discussion prior to formal application, and so we're asking for your input tonight. And that completes my staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And does our applicant have a presentation?
Not really a presentation, but I can speak.
Okay, you don't have to. But if you'd like to, you can. Are you William O'Gorman?
That's correct.
Oh, very good. Okay, well, I was going to call you next anyway. Followed by William Palmieri.
Good evening, council members, and thank you, John, for that presentation. Pretty summed up our proposal pretty well. We come before you just to seek a preliminary review for our project. First step is we just want to gauge the community's input, council's input on the zone change, because without that, we can't really move forward. I believe 3 of you have seen similar proposals in the past for this site. I think earlier submittal was May 2018. We've done a few redesigns since then. The developer decided to go with a different direction on the north half of the site, and now we're returning to develop the south half. So we went to the community group last February, received input from them, and now we wish to receive input from you tonight, and we wish to afterwards move forward with our formal submittal.
Okay, and Mr. Palmieri, did you want to speak?
First off, thank you guys for making some time for us this evening. I know it's been kind of long, and we appreciate you having us on the agenda for tonight. I don't have much to add from your presentation and Will's comments right there. I just wanted to introduce myself as a representative for the developer tonight. I work for Pacifica Companies, and we're the owner of the parcel there. And it's a unique site, and with the zone change, we're hopeful that'll go through, and we're committed to working with you guys to create a project that's beneficial to everyone, including the community. So thanks again for considering this, and hopefully we can move forward with it.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's so funny to be hearing the presentation from our restroom back there. So I did hear everything, and I got a chance to go by the site recently. And I appreciate you being here as the applicant. And I just have some notes, so I'm going to pull those up. Okay. So I just want to clarify, without a zone change, it sounds like a storage facility wouldn't be able to be developed there. What would be able to be developed there?
C1 zone is primarily a retail zone, so retail, office, those types of general commercial uses. C2 is a little bit more heavy commercial zone, so self-storage falls under the C2 zone.
What else falls under C2 in addition to self-storage?
Some light manufacturing, some storage uses, outside storage and inside storage. Mostly those categories that I can think of.
Okay, so I'm tend to be favorable to keeping it C1, and the reason for that is C1 will allow for a plethora of business opportunities and commercial uses. However, a storage unit is not something I'm favorable in that location at this time, or ever, I believe. It provides no sales tax and no jobs, or very minimal jobs to the community. And in addition to that, I have had a challenge in my district, which this is part of my district in the south of the 78 portion of my district, and then I have above the 78 portion of my district. So my district is literally cut in two by the 78. And on the northern side, on Huff Street, we also have a storage facility. A very similar layout, storage facility, nearby some apartments, nearby some older legacy single-family homes. Near the freeway, along a major road, West Vista Way. This one is along Hacienda on Tortuga. So one of the challenges that we see on Huff Street, where the storage facility is it becomes a lull in the community because you're not having engaged foot traffic. There's not a lot of activation of this space. It becomes this lull in the area. And not only is it just not a very bright environment for the neighborhood, but it also becomes a space that's not activated, and therefore we have seen a lot of encampments at this storage facility. So that is one of my reasons why I'm critical and looking at storage facilities in a thoughtful way, wondering, are these really facilities that are going to help our community? I don't see a lot of ways that they help our city in terms of sales tax revenue and jobs, but then I also look at how they impact neighborhoods, and they impact neighborhoods sometimes in a negative way by being an environment that creates this lull, this lack of activation. So understand that it is a venture that you are looking to explore. I just am quite critical of it at this time, and I'm wondering what my colleagues believe about this, because I think that there could be better uses there. I think that the neighbors would really enjoy something that's a little bit more activated. In fact, on that street, there are a lot of infrastructure improvements that need to be made. That's an area that does desperately need lighting. I know we talk about lighting a lot. So on La Tortuga, there is a need for lighting and more activation, because there are encampments in the area already. And as those encampments are cleaned up, a lot of times under-activated private property will find encampments being on their property. And that other storage facility was regularly fined by the city, and it just becomes this ongoing challenge. So I don't think it's something that I would support, a change for this particular project. But if anybody has any other suggestions or ideas, I would love to hear it, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to be very honest with you. I'm probably going to be a hard no on this. We have a large storage facility 2.1 miles away from this location outside of Councilmember Melendez's district, but I believe it is sufficient and substantial. Beyond that, just to echo some of the concerns, I don't see the benefit to the community in the way of jobs. I don't see the benefit to the community as way of taxes. And beyond that, I just don't know if it's a good fit for that specific location. So I just wanted to share my thoughts on it and just let you know where I stand, that I do not support it, let you know where I stand. But I do appreciate it. And if there's something else that we can do with that parcel, I'd be open to hearing it and even working with you or having a larger conversation to figure out what that could be. So,
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I know this is a challenging site. I remember the other portion where now it's a dispensary. When before I was on council, I was against that being a storage unit, and then turns out they turned in an application to be a dispensary, and it actually is really nice. The way that they've made that property is really, it's probably the most beautiful dispensary that we have in the city of Vista, and it's pretty active. But we have such a proliferation of storage units here in the city of Vista, and I just, one, I don't like the way it looks, honestly, on these renderings. I'm not like jiving with this design. Mr. Connolly, you said this is C1 would be, retail is one of the options for C1. I know this community is really needing more amenities like that are walkable retail spaces. You know, that's not something that we as a city can just do. We need someone to come and build it. And I do understand that this is a very challenging site with the elevation changes, but I'm not in favor of changing the zone. I'm in favor of waiting for the right opportunity to come before the council that fits within our C1. And yeah, I don't think we need more storage units. We have that huge one being built off of Vista Way. So that's one of many that we have here in the city. So I'm going to be a no on this as well. I would love for it to really be something that the residents nearby could utilize, and not just to put their stuff away, but that there's actually a bigger benefit to the community when it comes to jobs, to taxes, everything that's been said. I just don't think that it makes sense for us to change this to C2 and just keep it congruent with the other C1 uses. I think that's fine. Sorry.
Councilman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, sir. And thank you, council. So 3 people don't want to change the zone, so it doesn't matter what I tell you. Zone's not going to change, but I do want to make sure that you know when we talked about it as a council, and I think it was probably before you were elected when they came over here and we actually talked about approving a project on your 2 parcels here. And what the community bought into was the storage facility, the community garden with the dispensary. It was like 3 things there. And you were like, hey, we're going to put a dispensary here. There's going to be a community garden. Your dogs can play, you guys can hang out, and we're going to do a storage. So like initially, that's what us as a council said. That sounds good over there. Like it's got the retail, it's got a community garden, it's got stuff for the, and the community actually, when you threw in the community garden, they were stoked. Well, then we had to get that dispensary built before they lost their license, and everything else went out the window. And, we got it. And don't get me wrong, it's a fantastic business here in the city of Vista. But I know that as a council member, when I reviewed this parcel and talked about what I wanted to happen with it, this wasn't it. And Pacifica did a lot of work with the community on that parcel to really make it a palatable project for the community. And then to pull that project back and not give it to the community after you guys did all that work with them, it was a rough pill for me to swallow, bro, I'm not gonna lie. So for me, just the storage isn't gonna do it. There was a lot of stuff that had to be done before. I had a council full of residents in here before, when we made that decision. And the decision that we made that I was willing to stick with was giving the community something for what you were doing. So unfortunately, the way that it's structured right now, and that's where you got to be careful what you approve, because I just got a dispensary. I didn't get the storage in the community garden. So for me, it's a negative as well. And I would love to see you work with Councilwoman Melendez with that district and figure out what the district wants to see there, because it's not like we won't put something there. If it looks great and we love community gardens. People can walk to a community garden from there, Sacrifice some of the profit in order to give more community benefit, and you might be able to get a little more support from the council and from the community. Because if you have all the residents over there who don't have yards and who don't have gardens, and you tell them, hey, this is a place you can come and, be a community and collaborate, it might be something that's a lot more palatable to the community. And I know that's what the sell was for me before, was that the community was behind you giving them something they could do, because there's not enough space in that area to do things with your families, and it is very high density, as Councilmember Melinda said. So thank you so much for your presentation. I wish you the best of luck, and call that lady right there in the polka dot shirt. That's her hood, my friend. Thanks for your time.
How many square feet in total have you got planned out for storage here in this proposal?
110,000 square feet.
Yeah, if you could, in my opinion, if you could dedicate some portion of that, maybe 30,000, 40,000 square feet to office and retail, give it a little bit of a mixed-use feel, I would like the concept better. Take a look at the project at 943 South Melrose, the StoreQuest. That was, to my mind, that's one of the most first-class exterior designs. You drive by that, you don't know it's storage. It looks like office and retail. They really wanted to develop that parcel, and we let them do it with a really strict plan to make it really look good. And when you drive by it, you don't know it's storage. So, yeah, I have to agree. And I understand these preliminary drawings are exactly that. They're preliminary drawings. But with such a large structure, it'd be nice to see some articulation, some more, interest in it. Break up the roof line a little bit somehow. I don't know if any of that's possible, but, maybe there's 80,000 square foot of storage there with some other use to go with it that would make it more palatable. Create some opportunities for some small businesses to have a place to work, maybe a little bit of retail. So those are my thoughts about how maybe you could win some approval from the rest of the council here. And so thank you very much for presenting. With that, we are at the end of our meeting, and we will move to comments. We have no public speaker, no oral communications this evening. And so we'll move to our comments from our city manager, our interim city manager, Amanda Lee.
Yeah, it's first time. Thank you. So first, I want to say that their State of the Community is going to be January 23rd. It's going to be at our own Morris B. Vance Community Room, and it's going to be the Chamber's 100th anniversary as well. As we all know, it's also the city's 60th anniversary, so we're excited about that. We will be celebrating cake here on January 24th, along with a proclamation. So I welcome everyone to come out on the 24th as well. But the day before, on the 23rd, our wonderful Mayor Franklin will be the keynote speaker too, so everyone's welcome. You can get more information on the Chamber's website. In addition, Congressman Levin did secure over $2.23 million for the city for a wonderful lighting and sidewalk improvement project, which will be along the south side of Nevada from North Santa Fe to Lemon Avenue and the east of Lemon Avenue from Nevada Avenue to Raintree Place. More recently, our ex-captain Ricardo Lopez was promoted to Commander Lopez. We're very excited about his new promotion, but we were sad to see him go, and we want to thank him for his service. In another way, I am pleased to announce that we do have a new wonderful captain, Captain John Boyce, who is in the back. If you could please stand and wave. Captain Boyce was recently promoted to his new interim position in February. He joined the department in 2002, and as a deputy, he has worked in Vista previously as a COPS deputy, and also various different patrols as well. So he does have a wealth of information. He has been sharing with me different activities that COPS deputies used to do. So we're looking to maybe implement some of those ideas again and move forward, and we're still going to continue with all of Lopez's previous activities with the Spanish academies and other various activities. So we're very excited to have our interim captain with us, Boyce. And lastly, in observance of Martin Luther King Day, city offices will be closed on Monday, January 16th. However, trash collection is on its regular schedule with no delays.
All right, thank you very much. And now we'll start with Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. I just want to thank all of the speakers this evening. I want to thank everybody who's still here for our meeting. It was great to see a packed house this evening. Thank you to the presentations and the hard work from staff. And that's all I got. So,
thank you, Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Yes, thank you to our awesome staff. And we have a very quiet chamber now. It started off very, very robust, and now there are just a few. So thank you for being here. I wanted to share a little bit because at the beginning of our meeting, we were issued an invocation. And as a praying person, I wanted to share my own thoughts and a verse that I feel is personally significant to me. Jesus said, "And when you pray, do not be like the hypocrites, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and on the street corners, to be seen by others. Truly, I tell you, they have received their reward in full. But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you." That is from Matthew 6, and that is something that I wanted to share.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I want to thank the public. I've never seen the chambers as full as they were today. And I got to speak to a few members of the public, and they were like, "Hey, this is my first time here. You know, when is it that the council meetings are? I want to be able to attend." And so I think it's great to have more community participation. The more, the merrier. I think we got to work out the translation issue a little bit more. We do have, a large community that speaks Spanish. So that's something that I would like us as a city to really figure out. I also was promised like a long time ago, I feel like it's been a year at this point, that when the audio and visual stuff would be done, that we would have a hybrid ability for people to actually provide communication without having to come into the chambers. And I just want to follow up on that. The timeline kept changing. So I just want to touch base on that and see if that's something that we can do, because I think I was promised that would go live like last year in September. But I think that's a really important aspect when we have a working class community with families and so many different obligations. It can be really difficult to come into the chambers. So just want to follow up on that in the future. And I want to say that I'm also really thankful to all my coworkers on staff. There's a lot of work that goes into putting policy together. We get to be up here and maybe do the easy part, which is figure out common ground and argue until we get there, which, isn't actually that easy, but, all the nuts and bolts and everything gets put together by our incredible staff here at the city. So I just want to thank you all again. And the Wednesday trash pickups are still going strong. Team captain Jovita Serafin, I actually saw her in the crowd today. I didn't get a chance to say hi. She continues to lead those. We're supposed to get together and look at maybe doing Saturdays twice a month, because I now have a schedule conflict, so it's really difficult for me to make Wednesdays. But she's dedicated to the Wednesdays, so she's going to continue the Wednesdays, even if it's just one or two people. But there's been a lot of requests over the years for us to do something on the weekend. So we're going to take a look at that, because I truly miss being part of that group. If it doesn't rain, they'll be out there. They meet up a little bit earlier. It's at 8:30 at Luz Duran Park. So anybody who wants to join, if you have a free time slot from 8:30 to about 10:30 on Wednesdays, they are out there keeping our community clean. So, and they just do it on a volunteer basis. And I do want to thank Dr. Bronner's, because they actually donated a ton of trash bags to them. So that's awesome. And other than that, I hope everybody has a really good night. Drive safe, stay warm, stay dry, and maybe have a few tacos, right? All right, thanks, everyone.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank my council for an amazing night of conversation, arguments, common ground, and getting stuff done. So that was really good. I really appreciate everything. As my acting city manager said, it is our 60th birthday on January 28th. So there's a party on January 24th. We have cake. I don't know if there's going to be ice cream or not, but there's going to be cake. And you ever heard about how chubby dudes like cake? Chubby dude right here loves cake. So show up, celebrate Vista. I love this town. I do want to personally thank Mr. Mike Levin. I got to walk those roads on Lemon in Nevada, and I got a bunch of family. I grew up in that neighborhood over there, and to know that there's going to be streetlights and sidewalks, it's crazy. I'm smiling because it's awesome. They can actually learn how to ride a bike on a sidewalk instead of this beat up potholy street. It's really cool. So thank you to our electeds. Mr. Boyce, welcome to Vista, my friend. So excited to have you here. Excited to work with you. Excited to see you out in our community, and not only seeing people on their worst day, but also just seeing them on regular days, and show them how approachable you are, and show them that winning smile, Mr. Boyce. So excited to have you. Welcome to Team Vista. John Conley, you sat here for 3 hours presenting this evening. I just wanted to personally thank you for all of your work and time, and I hope that your back is cool from just sitting there. You don't get to take bathroom breaks. Lastly, and probably, or actually not lastly, Taco Tuesday is today, and we have a lot of amazing tacos in the city of Vista. You should go have one. And lastly, but definitely not least, Miss Carol Anderson, thank you for coming from Des Moines, Iowa, all the way down to the city of Vista to be heard. You are the ultimate example of a citizen wanting to be heard, and to actually jump on a plane, bring your daughter with you to a council meeting so we could hear you and bring stuff to light that wasn't even known by the developer is good. So thank you for being here. I look forward to talking to you afterwards. And thank you to law enforcement for being here and keeping us safe this evening. Really appreciate you all. Great meeting, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. It's also the 100th anniversary of the Vista Irrigation District. Pat Sanchez reached out to me and wanted me to make sure to remind everyone that we really are celebrating our 100th year as a community, as Vista this year. VID had a very formative function in the early history of Vista, bringing water 100 miles through our flume. Was a really big deal. Vista Irrigation District is the third largest private landholder in the state of California. We have 45,000 acres of land. That's about 45 minutes from here. And all the rain that falls on it flows into Lake Henshaw. It's dammed up and runs through a 100-mile pipe to get here. It's pretty cool. We have about 45% of our fresh water in Vista comes from our own range watershed, which is completely unique because almost every other city in the county buys 100% of their fresh water and doesn't have their own unique fresh water supply. So that's a big deal. If you are interested in supporting those experiencing homelessness, consider volunteering as an interviewer. The point in time count will be held January 26, 2023, 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. with the San Diego Regional Task Force on the Homelessness. To sign up as a volunteer, visit sandiego.pointintime.info. The Sheriff's Department will hold a crime-free managers training January 18th at City Hall from 9 a.m. to 4:30. Training is for apartment managers and staff looking to make their community safer and partner with the Sheriff's Department. For information, call 760-940-4564. Additionally, the Sheriff's Crime Prevention Unit offers free commercial security consultations for businesses. Business owners can reach the Crime Prevention Unit at 760-940-4564. The 2023 Kites Over Vista Call to Artists is now open. Submission deadline is February 10th at 4:30 p.m. Visit vistapublicart.com for information. Club M at the Moonlight Amphitheater offers indoor cabaret concerts January through March. The series kicks off January 27th with Celebrating Tom Jones starring David Burnham. Burnham is a Broadway veteran and Moonlight favorite. Check them out at moonlightstage.com for details. And in closing, I just want to say, for the last 2 years, I don't know what happened. We kind of lost our way on our invocations and involving our faith leaders. But for the entire 6 years that I was a member of the council, prior to that, we had an invocation, a prayer from a member of our faith community every single council meeting. And my guess is that probably goes back 60 years. So it was important to me to restore that tradition. And so I have reached out to Chabad, I reached out to Tazeen and asked her to have the local imam come. And I asked the priest who was here tonight from St. Francis to pray for us. And I asked the bishop from our LDS church. So I've reached out, covered the full spectrum of the faith community. If there are faith leaders that you'd like to include, I think the faith community is incredibly important to our city, and involving those leaders in what we're doing here. And I think it's incredibly important that we pray together and ask for God's guidance and his favor in what we do here. And I think it centers us a little bit before we start our meeting, reminds us what's important. So I appreciate your indulgence as we do that and your assistance in connecting me with your faith leaders so that we can invite them to pray for us. Thank you.